What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Omni-sensei here with What If I Was Reborn in X-Men as Omega-level Mutant? Part 4. If you enjoy this type of content, please brutally slash the like button. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already done so. Remember to check out the original story linked in the description. Let's get into it without further ado.
行くぜ
3 days passed, and I had finally signed the papers for my new building, a 30-story skyscraper right in the heart of NYC. Emma pulled some strings to give me a good deal, but I didn't want to owe her too much, so I paid half the market price. Some people would call it a waste of money, while others might claim it's just a smart investment. Either way, I am going to turn it into a business or rent out the lower floors and maybe even set up a mall for now, though I just want a peaceful place to live with my girls. The renovation of the entire building might take a month or two, so I'll keep staying at the school until it's ready. I almost forgot to mention. After the last episode of Blackout, I decided not to use telepathy at the moment and give my brain some rest. Yeah, I know I have the healing factor, but I don't want to end up like Logan with a glitched-up memory. Got to be careful next time. Jean got a class to teach, and Kitty got a class to attend. So, I'm alone today, taking a walk around the school. Maybe I'll hit the shooting range. By the way, Chat has been doing better lately. She's a sweet girl, and her ability to talk to animals is pretty amazing. Birds and squirrels seem to love her. Even though the professor healed her mind, she still has nightmares and is scared of the dark. Emma's been by her side through it all. The two of them are already becoming popular at the school, and it won't be long before they have their own fan club like Jean and Aurora. I stopped near the garden. There was no one except for a girl and her companions. Chat was in the garden, surrounded by birds and squirrels. I don't see Emma around. One squirrel was sitting on her head, eating a nut, while the birds chirped around her. She looked like something out of a Disney movie. It was the first time I'd seen her smile, genuine smile. I could just tell that, and it made me happy. She was humming a tune while feeding them. "Hey Chat," I said as I walked up to her. She looked up at me and smiled. "Hello, Erin." I sat down beside her, feeling the soft grass under me. The warm sun and gentle breeze made the moment peaceful. The squirrel on her head glanced at me, decided I wasn't a threat, and went back to its snack. "You've got quite the audience," I said, looking at the birds and animals around her. "Dang. I want to pet some of them too." She smiled shyly, tucking a strand of her black hair behind her ear. Animals are easier to talk to than people. They don't judge or expect anything. They're just themselves. Her voice was soft, almost like a whisper, but comforting. The way the birds chirped around her made it seem like they agreed. "Do they ever talk back?" I asked, half joking. She giggled, a light sound I wasn't expecting. Not in words, but I can feel what they're saying, through emotions and images in my mind. They're very honest. Honest. I leaned back on my hands, watching as a sparrow landed on her hand without hesitation. That's rare. She looked at me, her pale blue eyes thoughtful. "You're honest too, but not in the usual way. You don't hide who you are, but you're carrying something heavy." Her words caught me off guard. She had a way of cutting through all the noise and seeing the truth. "How can you tell? You only met me a few days ago. You see these birds and squirrels?" She nodded to the animals around us. "They see people like you and me for what we truly are. They told me a lot about you and the others at this school. I know you're a good person. Did they also tell you that I am carrying something heavy?" She shook her head, her eyes downcast. "They heard someone yelling at you for being reckless and doing everything alone instead of asking for help. Sorry, if I am intruding in your personal space." Ha ha ha. Ah. That was Jean. I did something reckless a while back, and she yelled at me for it. I guess she's right. I tend to go off on my own when things get serious and forget that I'm not alone. "What about you? Your new life must not be that easy, right?" I said, changing the subject. "Emma helps me a lot," she said with a smile. "Whenever I am in trouble, I ask for her help. I try not to burden her too much, but she says that I don't burden her at all. She is just like how I remember her, kind and warm." "I'm glad you two are getting along well," I said, smiling. She is an amazing person, like a big sister, you know? I admire her so much. I'm glad to see she isn't doing anything bad anymore. So what about you? What do you want to do now? I asked, curious. I will stay here, she said, her voice steady. I like this place, and there are people like me here. It feels good to belong. That's good to hear. There was a moment of silence between us as I watched her playing and smiling with the birds. You're like a real-life Disney princess, I said, smiling. She blushed and laughed again. I don't think Disney princesses have nightmares or struggle to trust people. Maybe not, I said, but if they did, they'd probably turn it into a song. She smiled, a mix of gratitude and amusement in her expression. Thank you, Aaron, she said quietly. For what? For saving me. I don't remember everything, but thank you. I chuckled softly. Saving you wasn't exactly a solo act, you know. Emma, the professor, Blink, Storm, Natasha, and a certain person. Everyone played their part. Maybe, Chat said, brushing a bird's feather lightly with her finger, but you were there. You brought me out of that place, and that means a lot. The sparrow hopped onto my leg as if seconding her gratitude. Well, if they're thanking me too, I guess I can't argue, I said, giving the sparrow a gentle pat on its head. Chat giggled, watching my awkward attempt at connecting with the bird. You're not too bad with animals yourself. I think they're just here for the free snacks. She picked up a small bag of seeds from beside her and handed it to me. Want to feed them? Why not? I took a handful of seeds and held them out. Instantly, a couple of squirrels and a brave pigeon came over to investigate. The pigeon wasted no time, pecking eagerly at the seeds while the squirrels grabbed their share with tiny dexterous hands. This feels strangely therapeutic, I admitted, watching them eat. It is, Chat agreed, her voice serene. It's like the world slows down, and all the noise fades away. I nodded, understanding her words more than I expected. Suddenly, Chat stood up, brushing off her skirt. You know, she said, a playful glint in her eye. You joked about Disney princesses, but I think they do something like this. Do what? She cleared her throat and began to hum, a soft and melodic tune that quickly turned into a playful improvised song. Musical notes *, oh, little birds and squirrels, take a snack, don't quarrel. The human man is awkward, but he means no harm at all. Peck the seeds, munch the nuts, hop and skitter, shake your butts. And if he trips, oh, don't you laugh. Okay, maybe just a half, * musical notes. I burst out laughing as her voice carried the ridiculous but charming lyrics across the garden. The animals seemed to perk up as if they were enjoying the performance too. Shake your butts. I repeated, still laughing. That's your Disney moment? She grinned, a bit embarrassed but clearly enjoying herself. What? It's catchy. You've got a gift, I said, shaking my head with a smile. Maybe I'll write more songs for the animals, she joked, sitting back down. You should. The world could use more moments like this, I said, watching as the squirrel on her head swished its tail, almost like it was dancing to her tune. Thanks, Aaron, she said, her voice soft again, for making me laugh. It feels good. I smiled at her, the moment between us peaceful and warm. Anytime, Chat. Anytime. Just as things were settling down into a peaceful lull, the sound of footsteps echoed through the hall, followed by the distinctive boisterous voice of Jubilee. Well, what's here? Aaron and Chat, the animal whisperers. Jubilee joked as she and Pixie approached us, a trademark grin spreading across her face. Pixie was flying next to her, her pink hair shining in the sun. Her wings whirred softly as she hovered just above the ground, her excitement plain on her face. Oh my gosh, they're so cute. Can we pet them? The birds around Chat chirped a bit nervously, and the squirrels eyed Jubilee with suspicion, clearly not used to her boundless energy. Careful, Jubilee, I warned, holding out a hand as she crouched down toward a particularly skittish squirrel. Don't get too excited, or you'll end up blasting them halfway across the yard. Hey, she protested, sticking her tongue out at me. I have some self-control, you know. Chat giggled softly. They're a little nervous around her considering her. You know. But if you're calm, they'll come to you. Pixie was already sitting cross-legged on the grass, a look of concentration on her face as she held out her hands with a handful of seeds. A little sparrow hopped closer, pecking cautiously at the seeds before deciding she was safe and settling into her palm. Look. It's eating from my hand. Pixie squealed in delight, her wings giving a happy flutter. Jubilee rolled her eyes but couldn't hide her own excitement as she gently reached out with a peanut Chat handed her. "Come on, little buddy, I won't hurt you. Promise," she said softly. To everyone's surprise, one of the boulder squirrels cautiously approached her, snatching the peanut from her fingers before darting a few steps away to nibble on it. "Ha! See? Even squirrels know I'm awesome," Jubilee declared triumphantly. "Or maybe they're just food-driven," I quipped, earning a laugh from Chat and Pixie. "Whatever, buzzkill," Jubilee shot back, grinning. She turned to Chat. "This is seriously amazing, though. How do you get them to trust you like that?" Chat shrugged, her fingers brushing over the sparrow perched on her hand. "I think they just know I won't hurt them. It's like, they can feel it." Pixie's eyes sparkled as she watched the birds flit around. "This is like something out of a storybook. Chat, you're like a fairy queen or something." Chat blushed at the compliment, her pale blue eyes darting to the ground. "I'm just me." "Yeah, well, you're cool, just you," Jubilee said, tossing her a bright smile. "And Aaron," she added, pointing at me, "don't think I didn't see you petting that bird earlier. You've got a soft side after all." "Don't spread rumors," I said, feigning seriousness. "I've got a reputation to maintain." "Sure, Mr. Tough Guy," she teased, tossing a peanut at me, which I caught easily. We all laughed, the mood light and carefree. As we continued feeding the animals, the garden felt alive with warmth, laughter, and the simple joy of connection. A few days later. Third-person POV. The control room of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s helicarrier hummed with the quiet murmur of agents and the occasional burst of information scrolling across monitors. In the center, Nick Fury leaned back in his chair, his one good eye scanning the digital tablet before him. The reports were staggering. He looked up as Natasha Romanoff stepped into the room, her usual composed demeanor intact. "Romanoff," Fury began, setting the tablet down with a slight thud. "I've been reading some very interesting reports. Care to explain more about this Aaron character?" Natasha arched an eyebrow and crossed her arms, leaning against the table. "Which report caught your attention, Director? Bakuto's faction going dark in a single night? Or maybe Stryker and Shaw's operations crumbling like a house of cards?" "All of it," Fury replied, leaning forward. "The Bakuto thing was a surgical strike. You, Storm, and Blink being involved was impressive enough. But the way Aaron coordinated it, dismantling an entire network in a single night? That's something else. Then there's this bit about him turning Emma Frost into a decent person." Fury let the weight of the words hang in the air. Emma Frost. As in the manipulative telepath who could sell ice in Antarctica. That Emma Frost. She smirked faintly. She's still herself, but yes, she's surprisingly cooperative now, all thanks to him saving her sister. And Stryker. Fury pressed. "Shaw? Hammerhead's operations taking one hell of a hit, with Natasha Romanoff herself being rescued from one of their warehouses? You don't usually need saving." Natasha's expression tightened briefly before she let out a breath. "That night wasn't ideal. I underestimated them, never thought there would be Hydra involved in there. If not for him, I'd be probably dead or lying on a bed with pipes down my throat. I owe him for that." Fury narrowed his eye. "And that doesn't happen often. Professor Xavier mentioned him, but he didn't go into much detail. All I got out of him was that Aaron was someone's clone and he needed help to hide his identity and create a new one. That doesn't explain why he's so effective. Tell me more about his power." "His character." Natasha hesitated, her gaze dropping briefly. "He's complex. Aaron's not just powerful, he's strategic, resourceful, and when necessary, merciless. He has the ability to wield multiple mutations without any of the usual strains or limitations. And he can temporarily lend those abilities to others." "Lend them?" Fury repeated, his tone sharp. "Yes," she confirmed. "At Bakuto's base, he lent me kinetic manipulation. For a brief time, I could absorb and redirect kinetic energy like it was second nature." Fury leaned back, processing the information. "And here I thought I'd seen it all. You don't usually throw compliments around, Romanoff. This guy must be something." Natasha nodded, her expression softening slightly. "He is. I don't know how or why, but I get this feeling he's been through a lot and seen even more. When he looks at me, it's like he can see right through me. It's almost disconcerting." Fury nodded, his mind turning over the possibilities. It's good to have people like him in our corner. We can use him. You think he'll agree to work with S.H.I.E.L.D.? Natasha asked. Fury chuckled. I'm not talking about making him an agent, though it might not be a bad idea. No, what I mean is he could do a lot of good for this world, and I'm going to make sure he does. Maybe we could add him to the Avengers team or create a secondary team. She watched as Fury reached for the tablet again, his face set in determination. You know it won't be easy. The X-Force might be his first priority. He's a mutant after all, she said. He nodded. I know. But it never is it? As he spoke, the door to the command center opened, and Maria Hill strode into the room. Her gaze locked with Fury's, and she crossed her arms. Director, I've got the files you requested on the X-Force. Good. What are you planning now? Natasha asked. Since mutants and the Avengers are going to be working together from now on, so it might be possible to recruit him on our side. Professor Xavier already has Jean, Storm, and God knows how many more powerful mutants on his side. Now with Aaron and Emma, he's only getting stronger. If we can recruit Aaron, Emma might follow him and it will balance out things. If he agrees to work with us, it'll give us a tactical advantage against anyone who dares to stand against us. It's a win-win situation. Fury explained. Natasha raised her eyebrows in surprise. If he refuses, then what? She asked. A clone without any past. He must be looking for a goal, right? What if we give it to him? A chance to become something more than a clone, a hero who saves people and makes a difference. Something that will give him purpose, a place in this world. I'm going to give him one, Fury said with a confident tone. Besides, according to the report, he hasn't yet joined the X-Force. You do know that he is a double-edged sword. Even with all that, if he refuses to join our side, then he becomes a wild card. And you know how dangerous those can be. With Shaw and Stryker out of the way, Magneto must be keeping an eye on him. This won't be easy. And if he gets pissed, things would go really bad. Just imagine, a man without any limits, as our enemy. He might be hearing our conversation for all we know, Natasha stated, her voice filled with concern. Fury smiled. That's where you come in. Oh no. You can't be serious. Natasha jumped up from her chair. Fury held up a hand. I am. Think about it, Nat. You're already close to him. He can read mind. It's impossible for me to hide my thoughts from him. He will know everything, including this conversation. She shook her head, frowning. Fury just gave her that look. Sigh. She sat down with a sigh. Let him. It's not like we are doing anything bad, are we? The aliens are knocking at our door. Hydra, running wild, rogue mutants, a giant lizard, an assassin in a scorpion suit, a guy in a rhino armor. I could go all day long. We are barely holding the balance in this world. We need people like him on our side. If we succeed in making a mutant a global icon like Iron Man, loved by all, maybe we will be able to do something about Trask Industries too, legally, Fury explained. Natasha crossed her arms, her expression unreadable. Give it a try. I know you are older than him, still, maybe you will find your own happiness. Fury added, looking at her. How would that even work? I'm not even sure how old he is. He looks like a 19 or 20-year-old. So the greatest spy, Natasha Romanoff, is afraid of a little romance? He chuckled. No, I'm not afraid of it. I'm just saying he's young, and I'm not even sure if he thinks of me in that way. She said, sighing again. There's only one way to find out, he replied, his tone steady. Tisk fine. Meanwhile, New York, Aaron's first-person POV. I teleported onto a quiet rooftop overlooking the city, feeling the familiar rush of air and the faint tug of space snapping back into place behind me. The city stretched out below, glittering with life and chaos. I'd been practicing my powers for hours now, testing precision, speed, and endurance. I was imagining something along the lines of instant teleportation from DBZ. A barrage of attacks while teleporting around my enemy. I can use ice shards or fireballs instead of chi blasts, and I got the disintegration ray for ultimate. Hey. Hell yeah. As I teleported again to another rooftop, a quiet sound caught my attention. Munch. Crunch. I turned toward the source, half expecting a stray cat or a bird. Instead I found her, a girl in a black and white suit, her hood up, legs dangling over the edge of the rooftop. There she was. Ghost Spider. She was holding a sandwich, mid-bite, a pack of Doritos, with her mask pulled up just enough to reveal her mouth. "Well, this is awkward," she said, swallowing and lowering her sandwich. "Usually, rooftops are my thing. Do I need to start paying rent here, or?" I chuckled, crossing my arms. "You're fine. I was just practicing." I let a smirk creep onto my face. "Didn't expect company." "Practicing," she said, tilting her head. "That's why you've been blinking all over the city like a broken light bulb?" I raised an eyebrow. "You've been watching me?" She shrugged. "Hard not to notice. You're fast, but you leave these faint energy ripples. Kind of like sonar for people like me." "Sonar, huh? That's useful." "Yeah, well, you can call his extra sense, and it's not perfect. Anyway, why aren't you wearing your ice mask?" Ghost Spider asked, gesturing to my face. I laughed. "Ice mask? Is that what people are calling it now?" "Hey, it's a good name. I mean, you do wear an ice mask when jumping into a fight, don't you?" She threw a Dorito into the air and caught it with her mouth, grinning. "Yup. I guess teleportation gave my identity away, huh?" I said, remembering the lizard incident when I used teleportation. She caught on quickly. "Pretty much," she agreed. I sat down beside her, feeling a little awkward. "Let's do a proper introduction. I'm Aaron. Which, by the way, you already know it." I was mumbling back then. "Man, I am babbling like a stupid." She held out a hand. "I'm Ghost Spider. Nice to meet you, Aaron." I took her hand, feeling the warmth of her skin beneath my fingers. "Nice to meet you, Ghost Spider. By the way, are you the one busting Hammerhead's operation around the city?" she asked. "Yup." I nodded, looking at her. She smirked, giving me an appreciative look. "Nice work." They were running guns and drugs, along with some other nasty stuff. It's so hard to cover the grounds alone. It's nice to have a hero buddy. I do try to help out here and there whenever I can. By the way, what about that Scorpion guy? Any news? I asked, curious. I saw the news last night. Someone caught a sight of a guy in Scorpion suit, robbing a bank. She shook her head. No. No sign of him since that day, but I've got a feeling he'll turn up soon. I nodded, my gaze shifting to the city skyline. The city bustled below, sunlight glinting off skyscraper windows, casting long shadows over the streets. Ghost Spider squinted against the brightness, adjusting her hood slightly to shield her eyes. "So, you saw my face. I wonder how you look under that mask," I said, leaning back on my hands. "Aren't you the curious one? Showing my face kinda defeats the purpose of a secret identity, doesn't it?" Ghost Spider replied, grinning. "Didn't you say hero buddy? And I did help you out when we fought the lizard and rhino together. Come on, I promise I won't tell anyone." I joked. Ghost Spider chuckled. "I'm pretty sure your girlfriend would want to kill me if she found out I showed my face to you and you fell for my pretty eyes." "Oh, not to worry. My girlfriends are understanding." "Girlfriends? Plural?" she asked in surprise. "Yes. As in more than one," I explained with a smirk. "Wait. More than one? How many?" she asked. I could tell she was curious. "Just two for now," I answered, smiling at her. "Ha. Now, you're just bragging," she said with a laugh. "Am I? So what about you, Ghost Spider? Boyfriend or girlfriend?" I asked, trying to turn the conversation around. She shrugged, tossing another Dorito into the air and catching it with her mouth. "Single. Really? I mean, your voice is so sweet, and you must look beautiful too. I don't get how a pretty girl like you is still single," I said, honestly. "That's what everyone says when they find out I'm single. I guess I just haven't found the right person yet," she said before flipping up on her arms with her legs up in the air, a perfect handstand. "Saturday, 2 p.m., lunch?" I asked suddenly. I hate expensive restaurants. She flipped back on her legs and stood on the ledge. "Stan's Burger Place?" I asked, looking up at her. She pulled her mask down. "See you there. But just so you know, I won't be easy. You'll need to work for this." "I do enjoy a good challenge," I replied as she jumped down the rooftop. She threw weblins and swung off into the distance. Ha ha ha. I am not letting this girl go away. I am going to have a lot of fun with her. Third-person POV. It was nearing noon, and Psylocke sat in her room, her gaze fixed on the clock. Her fingers tapped rhythmically on her desk, betraying her nervousness. She had called Eren earlier, asking for another sparring session. It was a casual invitation, or at least, that's what she told herself. But now, sitting alone in her room, she couldn't ignore the restless flutter in her chest. She replayed their last encounter in her mind, cringing at her accidental slip and how Eren had teased her. Why am I letting him get to me like this? She muttered under her breath, shaking her head. He's just another teammate, a very good-looking, infuriating teammate. She huffed, standing abruptly and pacing the room. Her thoughts were interrupted by a knock on her door. "Hey Betsy, you in there?" came Eren's voice, his tone casual but carrying the faintest hint of mischief. Psylocke froze for a moment before schooling her features into calmness. "You've got this, Betsy." She opened the door, meeting his familiar smirk. "You're early," she noted, stepping aside to let him in. He shrugged, his casual confidence filling the space. "I figured I'd give you some extra time to prepare. Last time, I think I caught you off guard." "Hardly," she replied, crossing her arms and leaning against the doorframe. "If anything, I held back so I wouldn't bruise your ego." "Is that so?" he teased, his eyes twinkling with amusement. "Then I guess I should be grateful." Ready to back up that talk. "Always," she shot back, grabbing her gear and heading toward the training room with him. Training room, Eren stretched lazily while Psylocke adjusted her gloves, stealing occasional glances at him. She tried to focus, but her mind kept drifting to his words from their last session. "Without dreams, we cannot live. You are already living in my dreams." Her cheeks warmed at the memory. It was kinda cheesy, but the way he said it made it sound so genuine. She had been thinking a lot about it lately, trying to figure out what exactly he meant by that. He probably meant as friends or teammates, she thought. But the more she thought about it, the more confused she got. Eren has Jean and Kitty. They are probably having a blast in the romance and shadow-inking department. And then, why is he suddenly hitting on her? It just doesn't make sense. She sighed in frustration. Wait. Why the hell am I thinking about this? He's just a teammate. He's not interested in me like that, and I'm certainly not interested in him. Yeah, I'm not. She shook her head, trying to clear her thoughts. I've got to focus. I can't let him distract me like last time. Something on your mind? Eren asked, noticing her distracted expression. Just planning my strategy, she replied smoothly, tightening her gloves. Right, he said, stepping onto the mat and adopting a relaxed stance. How about we make a bet? A bet, she repeated, curious. Yeah, he said with a grin. The loser has to follow one request from the winner. Oh, that's interesting. She smirked, stepping onto the mat and mirroring his stance. What kind of requests? Anything within reason, he answered. Something like a kiss, for example. Psylocke's breath caught in her throat, her mind reeling. Is he serious? Does he want to kiss me? You serious? She asked, trying to keep her tone light. Of course, Eren said, his eyes locked on hers. What do you say? Are you afraid you'll lose? I don't think I have to worry about that, she shot back, her competitive streak kicking in. I've been training, you see. Well then, he said, his smirk widening. Let's see what you've got. Psylocke took a deep breath, trying to calm her nerves. But Eren's casual confidence and teasing smile were making it harder for her to focus. She shifted her stance, ready to strike. Hope you're ready to lose, she said with a sly grin. Her purple psychic blade appeared in her hand. So we are using powers this time, huh? Eren chuckled, flexing his fingers and phasing slightly out of sync with reality. Well, let's see if you can even keep up. What was that? Did he just flicker? She wondered. The sparring match began. Psylocke lunged first, her blade slicing through the air with precision. Eren dodged effortlessly, his phasing ability making him an elusive target. She pressed forward, feinting left before striking from the right. This time, he countered with a smooth sidestep and grabbed her wrist, attempting to disarm her. She twisted out of his grip, her agility allowing her to flip over his head and land gracefully behind him. Not bad, Eren admitted, turning to face her. But you're going to have to do better than that. Don't worry, Psylocke retorted. I plan to. She launched a psychic blast in his direction, forcing him to teleport away. He reappeared behind her, but she'd anticipated the move and spun around with a kick aimed at his midsection. He phased just in time, her leg passing harmlessly through him. However, the moment he solidified, she was already on him, her blade aimed for his shoulder. Gotcha. Psylocke's psychic blade came dangerously close to Aaron's shoulder before he twisted his body, narrowly avoiding the strike. His movement was fluid, almost too fast for her to track. She pressed on, her blade humming with psychic energy, the violet light reflecting in her determined eyes. Aaron smirked. You're relentless. I like that. Shut up and fight, Psylocke snapped, her voice a mixture of focus and frustration. She lunged again, her blade sweeping in a wide arc. Aaron ducked, his hand grazing the ground as he twisted to avoid her next attack. Before he could phase again, Psylocke used her telekinesis to yank his leg, disrupting his balance. Aaron stumbled but recovered quickly, flipping backward and landing on his feet. You're learning, he remarked, his tone carrying a mix of approval and teasing. Psylocke rolled her eyes. Don't patronize me. She hurled another psychic blast, aiming to disorient him. Aaron vanished, reappearing just behind her. She sensed his presence briefly before his arms wrapped around her waist, pulling her closer to him. Gotcha, he whispered near her ear. She could feel his warm breath on her skin, sending a shiver down her spine. Psylocke froze for a moment, her heart beating fast. She could feel the strength of his grip, the heat radiating from him, and for a fleeting second, her thoughts betrayed her. He was so close to her, and she could feel his body pressing against hers. Focus, Betsy. He's toying with you. She smirked, tilting her head slightly to meet his gaze. Think again. Her psychic blade flared to life in her free hand, and she thrust it downward, forcing Aaron to let go and phase away. Close one, Aaron said, his voice laced with humor. But not close enough. Stop running, Psylocke growled, her frustration mounting. She closed the distance between them in an instant, her blade slashing upward. Aaron phased just in time, her weapon passing harmlessly through his chest. She anticipated his next move, spinning and landing a telekinetically charged punch to his ribs as he resolidified. Aaron grunted, stumbling back. That all you've got? He taunted, straightening and rubbing his side. She raised an eyebrow with a sly smile and said, not even close. She threw a hard kick. You're holding back, Aaron accused, blocking the kick aimed at his shoulder. He could tell, she wasn't putting all her strength. Psylocke scoffed. You wish. He grabbed her leg, attempting to unbalance her, but she used the momentum to twist in midair, landing a clean psychic blast to his chest. Aaron was thrown backward, landing hard on the mat. Point to me, she said, striding toward him with a triumphant smirk. Aaron lay there for a moment, catching his breath. Okay, he said, admitting it, propping himself up on his elbows. Maybe you're better than I thought. Well, only better, she said, stretching out a hand to him to help him up. He took her hand. His grip was firm, but not overpowering. As he rose, he stepped in closer than he needed to, their faces inches from each other. Better, he whispered, lowering his voice to its lowest timbre. And distracting. Psylocke's breath caught. She felt the heat between them, his closeness stirring up something she wasn't ready to face. Aaron's eyes fell on her lips for a brief second before returning to her gaze. Is this part of your plan? She asked, voice even as her heart hammered inside her chest. Maybe, he admitted, his smirk returning. Is it working? She rolled her eyes, stepping back to put some distance between them. You wish. Determined to shake off the tension, Psylocke raised her blade again. Let's finish this. Aaron grinned, cracking his knuckles. Loser follows the winner's request, remember? Don't get ahead of yourself, she warned, circling him. The final round was a blur of movement and energy. Psylocke's psychic blade clashed with Aaron's phased strikes. The two of them danced in perfect sync. Both were evenly matched. Both countered each other's blows with precision. Psylocke tried to anticipate what he would do next, but Aaron was always ahead. His teleportation left her on edge. Finally, she decided to take a risk. She feinted a strike to his left, only to shift her energy into a telekinetic blast aimed at his right. Caught off guard, Aaron stumbled, his balance faltering. Psylocke seized the opportunity, pinning him to the mat with her blade hovering inches from his throat. "Why aren't you using your full power?" she demanded, her breathing heavy. Psylocke's psychic blade hovered inches from Aaron's throat, its violet glow reflecting in his amused eyes. "Despite the precarious situation," he smirked. "You want me to stop holding back?" he asked, his voice smooth and calm. "Yes," Psylocke snapped, her blade pressing slightly closer. "No games, no teasing. Fight me properly." Aaron chuckled softly, his tone carrying a note of mischief. "If that's what you want." His body shimmered briefly, not with his usual phasing ability, but with something more dynamic. Psylocke felt the shift immediately, a familiar hum in the air, one she recognized. Her blade flickered as the energy around them changed, but she didn't waver. She knew what he was doing. "So you're using my power," she said coolly, stepping back as Aaron rose fluidly to his feet. "Not much of a surprise. You've been collecting mutations all over the school. You caught me." Aaron gave her a playful grin, extending his hand. Violet energy coalesced into solid form, the familiar glow shaping itself into an unexpected construct: nunchucks. He spun them expertly, the psychic energy leaving trails of light in the air. "But I figured I'd make it more interesting." Psylocke tilted her head, unimpressed. "Nunchucks? Really? You think flashy tricks are going to throw me off?" "You tell me." Aaron struck, his movement swift and precise. The nunchucks whirled through the air, each strike aimed to disarm or destabilize her. Psylocke raised her blade to block, the psychic constructs colliding with a crackling burst of energy. The force of his attack surprised her. She stepped back, keeping her stance firm as the nunchucks came at her in a blur of motion. Each swing was calculated, his mastery of the weapon obvious. Aaron was fast, too fast for her to counter in close quarters without thinking ahead. "You've been practicing," she remarked, dodging a swing and parrying the follow-up strike. "Your martial arts is impressive. It's better than the last time." "I like to dabble," Aaron replied, spinning the nunchucks behind his back with flair before launching another strike. "You learn a lot when you have access to everyone's abilities." She ducked under the swing and rolled forward, coming up behind him. She slashed her blade at his side, but he phased just in time, the psychic edge passing harmlessly through him. He reappeared a few feet away, twirling the nunchucks with an arrogant grin. "You're going to have to do better than that," he taunted. Psylocke's eyes narrowed. She didn't let his showmanship distract her. Instead, she studied his movements, noticing the way he relied on his phasing to create openings. If she could anticipate his next move, she could exploit it. "Show off," she muttered, lunging forward. Her blade struck the nunchucks in a fierce clash, the impact sending a ripple of energy through the air. Aaron spun to counter, but Psylocke was ready. She used her telekinesis to grip one end of the nunchucks, yanking them out of his hand. Aaron didn't miss a beat. He phased again, reappearing behind her with another construct in hand, this time, a pair of glowing psychic daggers. Psylocke turned just in time to deflect his attack, their weapons colliding in a brilliant flash of violet light. "You're predictable," she said, smirking as she pushed him back with a telekinetic blast. "All that power, and you're still relying on tricks." "Predictable?" Aaron echoed, his grin widening. "Maybe I'm just getting started." He dropped the daggers and spread his hands wide. The air around him shimmered as multiple constructs formed at once. Blades, spears, chains, all forged from psychic energy. They floated around him, their movements fluid and synchronized. Psylocke frowned, tightening her grip on her blade. "So that's your plan? Overwhelm me with quantity." "More like give you a taste of your own potential," Aaron replied, sending the constructs hurtling toward her. Each weapon moved independently, attacking from different angles. Psylocke deflected the first wave with her blade, but the sheer number forced her to stay on the defensive. She moved with precision, her telekinesis aiding her as she dodged and countered the relentless assault. One spear grazed her arm, the sharp sting reminding her that Aaron wasn't playing around anymore. "Impressive," she admitted, ducking under a spinning chain and retaliating with a psychic blast that shattered a nearby construct. "But you're just wasting your energy. It's pointless if you can't hit your enemy. And using that many weapons mess up your targeting ability." "Careful," Aaron said, stepping forward and sending another wave of attacks her way. "Overconfidence can be dangerous." Psylocke didn't reply. Instead, she focused, channeling her energy into a precise strike. She waited for an opening, dodging and parrying until Aaron's rhythm faltered for a split second. She seized the moment, unleashing a powerful telekinetic burst that shattered his remaining constructs and knocked him off balance. Before he could recover, she closed the distance, her blade poised at his chest. "Lesson 1, she said, her voice steady despite her heavy breathing. "Don't waste time showing off." Aaron smirked, even as he raised his hands in mock surrender. "Lesson 2, he said, his tone playful. "Never assume the fight's over." Before Psylocke could react, Aaron phased through her blade, reappearing behind her and wrapping one arm around her waist. In his free hand, another construct formed, a solid psychic chain that coiled around her arm, forcing her to drop her blade. "Gotcha," he whispered, his voice close to her ear. They were in the same position again. Psylocke froze, her heart racing. For a moment, the closeness of his body sent a flicker of heat through her thoughts, but she shoved it aside. With a sharp burst of telekinetic energy, she broke free, flipping backward and landing on her feet. But the ground under her feet froze, and she lost her balance, falling backward. Aaron was there to catch her, his arms wrapped tightly around her waist. She glared up at him, but he merely smirked, leaning in closer. His face was inches from hers, his gaze locked onto her. "I win," he said simply. She scoffed. "That's cheating, is it?" He chuckled, his lips curling into a soft smile. "You said you want to see my full power, so I showed you." Psylocke rolled her eyes, trying not to think about how warm he felt. "Whatever. Let go of me." Aaron released her, stepping back. "Fine, fine. As you wish, my lady." To his surprise, Psylocke stepped closer almost instantly, kissing him. It was only a light, quick touch of her lips to his, but the sensation was enough to send a wave of heat through her body. He tasted like the sweetest honey, his scent filled her senses, intoxicating. She wanted to do more, to kiss him deeper, to feel his body against hers. But she stopped herself, pulling away. "Wow." Aaron blinked at her in surprise. "You actually kissed me. Wasn't that the deal?" She asked, her tone even as she tried to hide her racing heart. "The winner gets to make the loser do something they want?" "True," Aaron conceded. "But I didn't think you would be so bold." "I'm full of surprises," she replied, turning on her heels and walking away. "Don't forget that." "Wait a sec, I never said I want you to kiss me if I win, did I now?" His words made her stop in her tracks. "Why, you said..." She stuttered. "I was just giving an example, but it was definitely not what I wanted." His voice was low and husky. "Eh." She looked confused for a second, and then flustered. Her face turned beet red, and she could feel her heart thumping hard in her chest. "What do you want then?" As Psylocke's face turned crimson at my teasing, I almost felt bad. Almost. Her boldness had caught me off guard, and while the kiss was nice, I wasn't about to let her have the last word. Before I could respond to her flustered question, the sharp tone of Professor X's telepathic call cut through the moment like a blade. "Aaron, Betsy. Report to my office immediately." Damn it. Although he can't read my mind, he can still speak like this. TSK, talk about a bad time, that baldy. Sigh. The connection faded as quickly as it came, leaving no room for questions. Psylocke straightened, the fire in her eyes returning as she masked her embarrassment. She brushed past me, the psychic blade sheathed, but her confidence firmly in place. "Guess we'll finish this later," she said over her shoulder. I smirked, following her out of the training room. You're lucky the professor has good timing. The hallways of the mansion were quiet, most of the students either in class or on personal missions. As we entered the professor's office, I noticed Logan leaning against the wall, arms crossed, and he was wearing his signature yellow suit. Storm stood nearby. Nightcrawler was sitting on the armrest of a chair, tail flicking idly. When we entered, all eyes turned to us. Logan arched an eyebrow. "Took your sweet time, huh?" Professor X sat behind his desk, his expression unreadable, but his voice calm as always. "Thank you all for coming so quickly. We have a situation that requires immediate attention." Storm tilted her head, concern flashing in her eyes. "What kind of situation, Charles?" "A spacecraft," the professor said, his tone grave. "It crashed at the North Pole late last night. SHIELD detected it immediately, and its origin is extraterrestrial." "An alien ship, huh?" It might be the one I saw in Fury's memories. Nightcrawler's tail stilled mid-flick. Alien? Do we know who or what is inside? Not yet, the professor replied. But the energy signature coming from the ship is unlike anything we've encountered before. The crash site is unstable, and I fear whatever is aboard may pose a threat, not just to the immediate area but potentially to the planet. How unstable? I asked. Professor X's gaze shifted to me, his calm demeanor betraying a sliver of unease. According to the limited data the recon team collected, the crash site is emitting an energy field that's disrupting electromagnetic signals and causing rapid environmental changes. The temperature is fluctuating rapidly in that area. Not to mention the volatile gas and some kind of acidic liquid oozing out of that ship. Logan grunted, pushing off the wall. Great. Another icebox adventure. Why is it never a tropical island? Psylocke crossed her arms, her focus sharp. If it's that volatile, why are you sending us there? With the Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D.'s technology, it should be a walk in the park, right? S.H.I.E.L.D. attempted to send another recon team early this morning, Charles said. Communication was lost shortly after their arrival. I believe the interference is too strong, and they may not have made it back. As for the Avengers, they are taking care of the second crash site in the Sahara Desert. Storm's expression hardened. So, we are going in blind? We'll need to be prepared for anything, Charles. Precisely why I chose this team, the professor replied. Storm, your ability to manipulate weather may be the only way to stabilize the environment long enough to investigate. Kurt's teleportation can allow quick access to areas that may otherwise be unreachable. Logan's durability and tracking skills will be essential. His gaze shifted to Psylocke and me. Betsy, your psychic abilities might allow you to breach the interference and make contact with anything, or anyone, aboard the ship. Investigate the crash site, assess the situation, and neutralize any potential threats, the professor said. And Natasha Romanoff will be joining you for this mission. Natasha, huh? Logan muttered. Always nice when the spy drops in. She knows how to kick some butt. I crossed my arms, leaning against the wall. Sounds like you've got your team. Why call me here? The professor's piercing gaze locked onto mine. I wanted to offer you the opportunity to join this mission, Aaron. Your unique abilities could prove invaluable in an unpredictable situation. Huh? Is he really asking me to join? I pushed off the wall. Well, why not? Excellent, the professor said, a note of satisfaction in his voice. Gather your gear. The Blackbird will depart in 30 minutes. Natasha will meet you at the crash site. Any additional intel? Storm asked, her tone clipped and professional. The professor tapped a few keys on the holographic display embedded in his desk. A map of the North Pole appeared, overlaid with data streams. These are the last known readings from the recon team's equipment before we lost contact. You'll note a rapid spike in temperature anomalies here. He gestured to a glowing red spot on the map, and an increase in electromagnetic interference. Nightcrawler squinted at the display. If it's this unstable, will the Blackbird even be able to get us close? Storm answered before Charles could. We'll get as close as we can. After that, we improvise. Story of my life, Logan muttered, turning toward the door. Everyone dispersed, heading to their quarters to suit up. Nightcrawler ported out of the room, and Professor X stopped me before I could follow the others. Aaron, a word? He said. I paused. What is it? How are you doing lately? He asked. Great, actually. And not to worry, I haven't used telepathy and the Phoenix Force lately. Just wanted to give my brain some rest. Professor X nodded, smiling warmly. That's good to hear. I'm glad to see you're making progress. I know it can be hard sometimes, especially when you can't hear others' thoughts. Some might find it hard to talk to others without peeking into their head. It's nerve-wracking in some cases. Jean had that trouble back in her younger days as well. But with practice, you'll get used to it. I am good. I don't really use my telepathy 24/7 like Jean, you know, I replied, grinning. Yes, you've done well for yourself, and I am proud of your accomplishments, Professor X said, his voice calm but laced with concern. But be careful, Aaron. This mission is dangerous. You need to be prepared for anything. Please, keep the team safe and if possible rescue the missing team. We don't know what we are up against, so please, stay safe. I nodded. Of course. 25 minutes later, the Blackbird was right there before us, its sleek black hull shining under the hangar lights. It looks nice. I want one. A personal jet like this one. I was suited up in my combat gear, a black tactical suit with lightweight armor and a few personal touches. Psylocke was already aboard, checking her katana and gear. Well, as usual, she was in her signature purple dress with exposed thighs. Legs. Logan and Storm were deep in conversation near the ramp, while Nightcrawler practiced teleporting between different sections of the hangar, tail flicking with excitement. I climbed aboard, finding my seat near the rear. The hum of the engines powered up as Storm took the pilot's chair and Logan settled into the co-pilot spot. As the Blackbird lifted off, Professor X's voice came through the comms one last time. Good luck, team. Stay sharp, and remember, this mission's priority is investigation, not confrontation. If you encounter hostiles, assess the threat level before engaging. Yeah, we've heard it all before, Logan grumbled, flicking a switch on the console. The jet's engines roared as the ceiling opened, allowing the Blackbird to fly out into the open sky. A few seconds later, we were at cruising altitude, leaving New York City and heading north. I kept my focus on the monitors, watching the environmental data shift as we approached the crash site. The electromagnetic interference grew stronger, the readings fluctuating wildly. I'm bringing us in as close as I can, Storm announced, her hand steady on the controls despite the turbulence. But the energy field is getting stronger. Brace yourselves. As the Blackbird descended, the view outside was nothing short of chaotic. The icy terrain of the North Pole was marred by jagged fissures, and geysers of steam erupting unpredictably. The crashed spacecraft was partially buried in the ice. It was freaking big. There were some weird purple and green lights glowing on its surface. This just gets better and better, Logan muttered, gripping his seat as the jet jolted. Storm managed to stabilize the landing, setting us down a safe distance from the ship. We're here, she said, unstrapping her harness. Activate the suits. Activate. I raised my brow. They are made of nanites. Susan Storm and Reed Richards made them for us. I tapped the control panel on my suit, feeling the armor harden as the nanites adjusted their structure to provide greater protection. A faint energy elastic-like shield swept over my skin, creating a weird barrier. It was uncomfortable. Psylocke and Nightcrawler did the same, their suits shifting as well. Logan growled in annoyance, crossing his arms. Stupid suit, he muttered. I don't need one. I've got this. He tapped the metal claws protruding from his fists. I shook my head. Come on, Logan. Just do it. Fine. He rolled his eyes. Storm glanced over her shoulder. The environment is still unstable. Don't take any chances. The shield's temporary base should be just ahead a few clicks north. Natasha will be waiting there with additional intel. Location, unknown. Target in sight. Standby. A girl was lying on the icy ground and she was buried under ice. The only visible parts of her were her black eyes and blue face. As we stepped off the Blackbird, a gust of icy wind immediately bit at my face. Despite the suit's thermal adjustment, the cold was sharp. I had to use my ice power to fend off the cold. The North Pole was a bleak landscape of snow and ice, a desolate, hostile environment. But this scent. Blood. Logan's nose twitched, his claws instinctively extending. Blood, he muttered, his voice low and gravelly. I used my ice control to stretch my senses, scanning as far as possible. Blood. Dead bodies. Well, another messed up mission. I quickly searched around us to detect the enemy, but there was none. Nothing that's alive. Logan sniffed again, narrowing his eyes. It's fresh. Psylocke used her psychic power to check our surroundings. I'm not getting any life signs except for ours. Kurt, take us to the base, I said while keeping my senses stretched around us. Nightcrawler teleported us to the shield's base. The temporary base was a disaster zone. Large gray metal structures, hastily bolted together to withstand the harsh weather, now stood eerily quiet. It was like one of those zombie horror games with a bunker and zombies hiding inside, except there were only dead bodies. The faint smears of blood streaked across the snow, blackened scorch marks charred the walls, and broken equipment was all over the floor. Logan crouched near the bent and slashed entrance of the largest building, sniffing the air. His eyes narrowed as he ran a single claw along one of the deep gashes in the door. "These cuts are clean," he muttered, his voice low and rough. "Whoever did this, cut this reinforced metal door in just a single slash. Looks like our killer got a nice blade or sword. 2 blades." He touched the other slash mark. I followed him inside, my boots crunching against the icy floor. The metallic smell of blood hit me immediately, sharp and suffocating. The scene inside was worse than I'd imagined. Bodies of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents lay slumped against walls or sprawled on the ground, their black tactical suits torn apart like paper. The blood beneath them was already frozen, but the brutality was just too perfect. I knelt beside one of the fallen agents, carefully inspecting the wounds. Deep, precise cuts marred his chest and neck. "Blade wounds. 1 short blade and 1 medium," I said as I noticed the slashes and stabs on the dead body. "The strikes are too perfect. Just look at these slashes." I pointed at the wound on his chest and neck. A short blade slashed the neck and a long one punctured his heart. I moved on to the next body. The same style. 1 stab and 1 slash at the exact same place. I doubt our killer is a human. It's like some kind of a machine. Or an alien with X-ray vision and perfect reflexes. "Well, this is messed up," I sighed. No footprints outside. Psylocke came in after looking around outside. The storms wiped out any tracks. I am worried about Natasha. I hope she's all right. "Natasha was supposed to be here," Logan said, his claws scraping against the metal wall as he paced. "She wouldn't go down easy. Where the hell is she?" "Betsy, can you check once again?" Storm asked with a worried expression. Psylocke's focus deepened as she reached out with her psychic abilities, her lips pressing into a thin line. After a few moments, she opened her eyes, frustration flickering across her face. Nothing. No life signs. The storm outside just got worse. Storm glanced at the entrance as her eyes became white. The snowstorm stopped within seconds. "We'll need another way to track her." I looked around the room again, searching for clues. My eyes fell on a console, its screen shattered but still flickering faintly. A few keystrokes revealed partial logs, fragments of communication. Log entry 0429, alien energy signatures. Unprecedented levels, requesting immediate backup, hostile presence DEET. The recording cut off in static. Another log followed, log entry 0430, Romanov engaging. Defensive measures failing, repeating hostile precinct. I shared the logs with the team. Natasha was here when the attack happened. She might have fought back, but whatever or whoever did this overwhelmed them fast. Kurt, who was trying to contact the professor, stuttered, I can't contact the professor. Some kind of jammer. This is bad, isn't it? Damn it. I can't wait anymore. She might be in danger. No point wasting time. I have an idea. I walked outside and touched the snowy ground, spreading my senses through the ice and moisture. There were a couple of dead bodies outside too, but luckily Natasha wasn't among them. But robots. A few clicks away from our location, there were around 20 giant robots, hiding using camo tech. But they couldn't hide from the ice. I shifted my focus toward that spaceship and wow. Would you look at that? It got some nice weapons and they were all aimed at our location. It was a well-planned trap. But who? I focused harder, pushing my senses further into the icy wasteland. But as I increased my power, the suit failed to withstand the amount of cold energy I was producing. The nanites inside started breaking down and the circuitry failed, causing sparks to fly from my suit. I ripped it apart with ease. My body finally transformed into organic ice. My senses stretched even further, expanding outward in all directions. Using the storm far away and the moisture in the air, I amplified my reach. Everything in the area became clear to me, from the frozen blood on the ground to the faintest traces of movement in the distance. It was like a 360 surround view. I have never used my ice power to this extent. I could sense the smallest details for miles. The first thing I noticed was the circle of robots, camouflaged, their metallic forms blending into the icy landscape. At least 20 of them, hidden just beyond the snowdrifts, standing in perfect formation. Great. First aliens, now robots. I adjusted my focus, pushing my senses further. There, just beyond the line of snow-covered hills, was the crash site. The alien ship lay partially buried in snow, its hull cracked and scorched. But what caught my attention were the weapon systems, active and glowing with faint red energy. The guns mounted on the ship seemed active, their red targeting systems locked onto our position. I could hear the faintest of humming sounds, a low vibrational pulse coming from the ship, probably remote-controlled. I narrowed my focus even further, searching for any signs of movement. And there, off in the distance, lying atop a ridge overlooking the base, was a figure, covered in a heap of ice. A humanoid. Its form was unnaturally still, yet the faint outline of its blue metallic skin was visible even from this distance. It didn't look human, but it wasn't entirely robotic either. A woman. The cyborg got an alien sniper rifle aimed at us. Wait a sec. Blue skin. Cyborg. Deadly with weapons. Lady Death said that Thanos was targeting me, so my wild guess is that the blue cyborg might be Nebula. Let me check once more. I focused my senses on her. The scent of blood was too strong. There were even 2 blades lying just beside her buried under the snow. Her eyes are black and that metal area around her eye. Shit. That's definitely Nebula. Alright. I pulled my senses back in, narrowing my focus to the group. I used telepathy to talk to them. Act normal. We've got 20 robots in position, and the alien ship's weapon systems are active and aimed at us. There's a cyborg sniper, blue skin, far off to the side, aiming her sniper rifle at us. Whatever's going on here, it's a setup. A trap. And they're waiting for the right moment to strike. And there's no sign of Natasha. Now, here's what we are gonna do. Kurt, get everyone out of here. Teleport back to the ship. This fight. I will handle it alone. What? You can't? Psylocke said in disbelief. Trust me, I smiled at her. I won't be able to use my full power with you all here. Bang. Nebula took a shot, aiming at Kurt. The bullet was fast, but I was faster. With super speed and the power to freeze the bullet in midair, I stopped it. Go. Now. Everyone grabbed onto Kurt as he teleported back to the ship. They took off. I looked at Nebula and pointed my middle finger at her. Come and get me, bitch. Nebula's sniper rifle gleamed under the sun, her black eyes locked onto me. She didn't move, her aim steady, even as I pointed directly at her, signaling my challenge. The silence shattered as the ship's cannons roared to life. The first volley of energy blasts tore through the air like meteors, glowing red-hot as they hurtled toward me. I stretched out my arms and summoned a massive wall of ice. It shot up from the ground with a deafening crack, a towering glacier that absorbed the blasts with shattering force. The heat from the attack melted a part of the wall, sending splashes of water and massive amounts of vapor into the air, only for it to freeze again in an endless cycle. That's all you've got. I yelled, my voice carried by the icy winds. Nebula's response was a volley of sniper rounds. Each bullet zipped through the air faster than sound. But I was faster. The air around me shimmered with freezing energy, forming a dense shield of frost that stopped the projectiles mid-flight. One by one, they hung in the air, tiny icicles suspended in time. The robots moved next, their camouflage flickering as they emerged from hiding. Each was massive, easily 10 feet tall, their frames bristling with weapons. They surrounded me in a perfect circle, their mechanical voices buzzing as they synchronized their attack. They didn't stand a chance. I knelt down, placing both hands on the snow. The ground trembled as my power surged. From deep beneath the surface, I called forth the frozen waters locked within the permafrost. A massive whirlpool of icy energy spiraled around me, growing larger with every second. I let it consume me, my form dissolving into pure ice as I merged with the storm. It was a weird and overwhelming feeling, but I was in control even at that atomic level as I fused. Everything around me felt as if they were a part of me. When I stood again, I was no longer human. I had become a freaking giant. Wait. Titan sounds better. My body, now a towering figure of crystalline ice, reached toward the clouds. My legs were glaciers, my arms massive pillars of frost. The robots, once towering over me, now seemed like mere toys. I looked down at them. They looked like little bugs before me now. And from the water pooling near my feet, I could see my face. My eyes were glowing blue, and I looked like one of those elemental golems from RPG games. The robots opened fire, unleashing a barrage of missiles and energy blasts. I raised a single hand, and a massive wave of ice surged forward, engulfing the projectiles and freezing them mid-flight. The wave didn't stop. It crashed into the robots, encasing them in thick layers of ice. They struggled against their frozen prisons, but it was useless. Titan slap. With a single swipe of my colossal arm, I shattered them into pieces. Oh yeah. Now we are talking. I turned toward Nebula. Nebula made her move. From her hiding spot, she jumped down the cliff. As she fell, a swarm of tiny metallic nanobots erupted from her body, forming a massive, gleaming exoskeleton around her. In seconds, she was encased in a towering suit of alien armor, easily matching the size of my Ice Titan. Her blue skin and cybernetic enhancements were barely visible beneath the silver-black plating, which pulsed with a faint red glow. Boom! She landed on her feet. The ground cracked beneath her weight, sending shockwaves through the ice. Her new form was monstrous, with massive claws, blade-tipped arms, and a faceplate glowing with red energy. A heavy cannon mounted on her shoulder whirred to life, its barrel aimed squarely at me. She jumped high up in the air and landed a few feet away from me, sending shockwaves and shattered ice everywhere. Impressive, isn't it? Nebula said, her voice amplified and mechanical, booming across the battlefield. You think your ice can stop me? Let's see how it fares against this. Without warning, she charged. Nebula moved with startling speed for something her size. Her massive claw swung toward me, cutting through the air with a deafening roar. I met her strike with my own, forming an enormous ice blade to parry the blow. The impact sent a shockwave rippling outward, toppling a nearby ice mountain and shaking the ground beneath us. Her claw skidded off my blade, but she was relentless. She followed up with a downward strike, her other arm transforming into a massive hammer. I blocked with an ice shield, but the force of her attack sent cracks spidering through its surface. Ha 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 ha. This is freaking fun. I couldn't help but get excited. Show me more. I countered, swinging my blade in a wide arc, aiming for her waist. She sidestepped with surprising agility, her armor glowing as it shifted and adapted to her movements. She lashed out with one of her blade-tipped arms, aiming for my legs. I leaped back, the ground where I had stood exploding into shards of ice as her blade struck home. You're faster than I expected, I muttered, creating a new weapon, an enormous ice mace. And you're as predictable as I expected, she sneered, her voice dripping with disdain. Nebula's armor was more than just a weapon, it was alive. Some kind of symbiotic nanite armor that is capable of adapting over time. As we fought, I noticed the way it adjusted to my attacks, shifting its composition to counter my moves. My weapon shattered against her armor's reinforced plating, and my ice shields cracked under the force of her strikes. It was like fighting an intelligent opponent within an evolving machine. She activated the cannon on her shoulder, and a beam of searing red energy shot toward me. I raised an ice wall, but the beam melted through it like butter. I rolled to the side just as the ground behind me erupted in a plume of steam and molten snow. Dang. I could tell that was dangerous. Even though I can regenerate any damaged parts, I just had that feeling that the beam was dangerous. Call it an instinct. I can do this all day, Frosty, she taunted, her armor bristling with weapons. But can you? We'll just see about that. I slammed my hands into the ground, channeling my energy into the frozen landscape. The ground beneath Nebula cracked and shifted as massive spikes of ice shot up, trying to skewer her from below. She jumped, her massive frame propelled into the air by thrusters on her back, and fired another energy blast. I twisted my body, dodging just in time, and sent a wave of icy shards hurtling toward her. The shards struck her armor, some bouncing off harmlessly, others lodging in the gaps between the plates. She faltered for a moment, giving me an opening. I lunged forward, swinging my ice mace with all my strength. The weapon connected with her shoulder cannon, shattering it in an explosion of sparks and twisted metal. Damn you! Nebula roared in fury, her armor shifting again. Her claws extended, glowing with energy, as she charged at me. This time, I didn't retreat. I met her head-on, summoning a storm of icy winds to cloak myself. The storm battered her armor, frost creeping across its surface as the temperature plummeted. Your fancy armor won't save you, I growled, driving my fist, encased in jagged ice, into her chest. The impact sent her staggering back, cracks forming in her armor. She recovered quickly, her armor repairing itself with unnerving speed. "You're one annoying pest. I'll give you that. But you're out of your league." Her armor surged with energy, and she unleashed a shockwave that sent me flying backward. I crashed on the ground, the ice beneath me shattering on impact. What the hell? I was surprised. A mere shockwave threw me back? How? Then I noticed that her armor was glowing brightly, as if she was covered in molten lava. Ah. I see what's going on here. For a momentary power boost, she must be pushing the nanites in overdrive mode. Well, it was just a guess. The ground trembled as I pushed myself to my feet, the frost around me swirling in an enraged vortex. Nebula's armor glowed brighter, the heat radiating from her enough to melt the ice for miles around if I let it. I slammed my fists together, my icy form resonating with a deafening crack. From the frozen earth, two towering figures began to rise, their forms coalescing out of the blizzard. Each was a massive replica of me, identical in every detail, down to the glowing blue eyes and jagged crystalline armor. I wanted to create a few more, but it was my limit for now. I had to split myself into those two, just to control them. Well, that sounds weird. "Meet my boys," I said, grinning. Ice Clone Alpha and Beta. The titanic clones roared, the sound reverberating across the battlefield. They stood beside me, their colossal forms dwarfing even Nebula's nanite-enhanced armor. With a synchronized motion, the three of us turned to face her. Nebula didn't hesitate. She activated the thrusters on her back, launching herself toward the nearest clone. Her claws slashed through the air, glowing with molten energy, and tore into Alpha's icy chest. The clone staggered but didn't fall, its body reforming almost instantly as the ice regenerated. Alpha countered, swinging a massive arm in a wide arc. Nebula barely managed to dodge, the force of the swing sending shockwaves rippling through the ground. Beta joined in, slamming his fist down in an attempt to crush her. Nebula darted between the two, her movements blindingly fast for something so massive. "Do you think bigger numbers will stop me?" she snarled, her voice distorted through her armor speakers. "I'll tear them down, just like I'll tear you down." "Nah, I don't think so." I lunged, closing the distance in an instant. My ice blade shimmered as I slashed at her, aiming for the glowing core of her armor. She blocked with her claws, the impact sending a burst of molten sparks and shards of ice into the air. My clones pressed the attack, forcing her to split her focus. Alpha grabbed her arm, locking it in place with a vice-like grip. Beta followed, seizing her leg. Together, they pinned her down, their combined strength overwhelming her thrusters and armor adaptations. "You've got nowhere to run now," I said, raising my ice mace high above my head. "This ends here." Nebula growled, her armor shifting again. The molten glow intensified, spreading across her entire frame. She was channeling an enormous amount of energy, enough to vaporize everything within 100 yards. "You'll regret underestimating me," she roared. "Beyond zero." I let go of the giant form. The ice giants collapsed as I returned to my human form. The already icy world around me froze solid, instantly, including the air, moisture, and every tiny molecule around us. It was as if time itself froze around me. I wonder if time really stops in my domain. Nebula's nanites hummed, trying to adapt, but within seconds the entire suit stopped moving, including Nebula herself, encased in a block of ice. I turned to icy dust and appeared before Nebula's frozen body. Well, that was fun. Thanks to you, I got to test out my power. Now, I used telekinesis and ice control to rip apart that armor piece by piece. Beneath the armor, Nebula's body looked fragile, her blue skin pale and frostbitten. She was still alive, barely, but completely immobilized. I held her frozen form aloft with telekinesis, studying her face. So weak and vulnerable. Onto the main show. I looked at her with a cold smile. After stripping down Nebula's armor, I decided to heal her body. The first reason is to get rid of the chances of her cybernetics sending info to Thanos. Secondly, I wanted to see how she looks without those cybernetics. And finally, if Thanos somehow managed to take her away, she'll feel that pain of her body getting ripped apart again. I hope it's the last one because she gotta pay for all those agents she killed. It was really hard because after transferring the healing factor to her body, I had to rip out those cybernetics implants and it was bloody, not in a good way. But it worked. No more cyborg Nebula. Her hair grew back, and even her skin became smooth and blemish-free. Even her eyes I pulled out, recovered completely. Her body was as good as new. Her skin has shades of blue and purple, one darker than the other, giving it a unique marble-like appearance. Her eyes were beautiful and blue, unlike the black ones she had before. Well, it ain't no time to be impressed by her body. I had to use telepathy to keep the pain away and keep her asleep. It looks like she regained her true form. She lay naked in front of me. Big melons, small waist, and smooth hips. A perfect hourglass figure. Tight-looking coochie and nice but too. Her face was beautiful as well, a mix of sharpness and softness. I don't know if I can call this beautiful or hot. I teleported to the shield's base along with her and took a dead guy's clothes to put on her. With that done, it's time to read her mind and find out what happened to Natasha. As I entered her memories, images, emotions, and sounds began flooding into my mind, a vivid, chaotic stream of her experiences. I focused on the recent events. The scene shifted. Nebula, in her stealth-enhanced nanite armor, stood at the entrance of the temporary shield base. Her black eyes scanned the area, her body cloaked in shimmering invisibility. Her hands gripped two sharp blades, glowing faintly with energy. Third-person POV. The base was bustling with activity. Agents moved through the corridors, unaware of the predator in their midst. Silent as death, Nebula struck. Her movements were precise, mechanical, and brutal. She emerged from invisibility behind her first target, a young shield agent. Before he could react, she drove one blade into his heart and the other into his neck. Blood splattered out as she severed his head. He crumpled without a sound. Nebula disappeared again, her form blending with the shadows. She moved from one agent to the next, cutting them down with horrifying efficiency. Her blades pierced hearts and slit throats, leaving no time for alarm. The base fell silent within minutes. The bodies of SHIELD agents scattered across the halls. Nebula moved to the control room, deactivated security systems, and hacked into the main server, thanks to her superior technology. She began downloading SHIELD's data onto a little device. After downloading the data as she turned to leave, the door burst open. Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, stood there, guns drawn. She was surprised to see an alien before her, but kept her calm as usual. "Why did you kill them?" Natasha said, her voice low and cold. Nebula tilted her head, amused. "They died because they were weak. Now, you will join them too." Natasha didn't hesitate. She fired. Nebula dodged with inhuman speed, her nanite armor absorbing the stray shots. The two women clashed, blades against fists. Nebula's nanite armor gave her superior strength and durability, not to mention her brutal training and experience. But Natasha's years of training, missions, and biochemically enhanced body, not to mention the Red Room special training and their version of SSS in her body, she was at the peak human form. It made her a match for even the best fighters. After disarming Natasha's guns, Nebula lunged forward, her twin energy blades slicing through the air in lethal arcs. Natasha quickly took out her batons from her hips and sidestepped the first strike, then parried the second with one of her batons, the electrified weapon crackling as it connected with Nebula's blade. Sparks flew, illuminating the dim hallway in bursts of blue and red. She spun out of Nebula's reach and fired a grappling hook to the ceiling. She yanked herself upward, evading another swipe of the alien's blade. From her elevated position, Natasha tossed a flashbang grenade. It detonated with a blinding light and deafening roar. Nebula snarled as her vision overloaded, her nanites struggling to recalibrate. Seizing the moment, Natasha dropped down and landed a solid kick to Nebula's chest, sending her staggering back. She followed with a series of rapid strikes to Nebula's exposed joints, aiming to disable her movement. Her blows were precise, targeting weak points in the armor. But Nebula adapted quickly. Her armor shifted, creating new protective layers over its vulnerabilities. She caught Natasha's wrist mid-strike, her grip like a vice. "Impressive," Nebula said, her voice cold. But futile. She punched her, breaking her ribs before spinning Natasha like a rag doll, and slamming her into the wall. Natasha gasped in pain but managed to twist free, landing awkwardly on her feet. She winced, clutching her side where a rib had cracked. Despite her enhanced body, Nebula's strength was incredible. If it was a normal human, that person would have died on the spot. Natasha activated her widow bites, sending a powerful electrical charge through them. They sizzled as she aimed at Nebula. The alien woman simply grinned, unaffected by the current. The nanites were insulated against any kind of attack. Nebula advanced, her blade spinning. "You're delaying the inevitable. Surrender, and I might let you live." Natasha smirked through the pain. "You don't know me very well." She triggered a hidden mechanism in her suit, releasing a cloud of nanite-disrupting EMP particles. It was still in the development phase to counter Trask Industries' nanites if any bad situation arose. But Fury told Natasha to be ready during this mission, since they were dealing with the unknowns. The air shimmered as the particles interfered with Nebula's armor, causing it to flicker and glitch. Nebula faltered, her movements stuttering as her systems struggled to compensate. Natasha didn't hesitate. She closed the distance and landed a hard punch to Nebula's jaw, followed by a knee to the stomach. She swept Nebula's legs out from under her, sending the alien crashing to the ground. Before Nebula could recover, Natasha drew a knife and pressed it against her throat. Game over. But Nebula wasn't finished yet. Her armor surged with energy, expelling the EMP interference. A pulse of raw power knocked Natasha off her feet, sending her skidding across the floor. Nebula stood, her blades glowing brighter than before. "I've had enough of this," she growled, her voice low and dangerous. She advanced toward Natasha, who was struggling to stand. Natasha tried to dodge, but Nebula anticipated her move. With one swift motion, she severed Natasha's left arm at the shoulder. Natasha screamed in agony as blood spurted out from her severed limb, coating the floor in crimson. She fell to her knees, clutching her shoulder, trying to stop the bleeding. "In the end, you're just a puny human," she raised her sword, but to her surprise, a blast knocked her back, sending her crashing onto the wall. There was a SHIELD agent who was barely alive, standing near the door with a blaster. It was a miscalculation on her part. She got a little arrogant and deactivated her targeting mode when she was killing those agents. One of them luckily survived. "Run." He reloaded the blaster with the last shot. "No, no, no. You're not going anywhere." Nebula stood up. She didn't even feel pain because of her cybernetic enhancements. The agent fired. Nebula dodged the shot and jumped forward, lunging at him with her sword. She plunged it into his chest, piercing his heart. He fell, his lifeless body slumping to the ground. "I told you," Nebula muttered as she retrieved her blade. "You're all weak." But it was enough for Natasha to run away. Well, she took her severed arm with her. However, it was only snow outside. Injured and in a critical condition, she couldn't run much further and stopped near a cliff. Below was a frozen lake. Trails of blood marked her passage as she staggered toward the edge. The wind howled around her, a freezing chill seeping into her bones. She tried to use her emergency device to inform Fury, but it was broken during the fight. She threw the last of her mines on the icy ground and took her last grenade into her hand. She collapsed to her knees, her remaining arm clutching the stump where her other limb had once been. Nebula flew down behind her. "You have wasted enough time." Natasha turned to face her, a cold determination etched on her face. "You know," she said, her voice barely audible over the howling wind. "There's a guy. A very insanely strong man. He'll come for you. And when he does..." She let out a weak chuckle. "You'll wish you were never born." Nebula sneered. "Who? The one you call Captain America? Or maybe that Hulk? Maybe Iron Man? They are weak." She has already uploaded the info she hacked from SHIELD system into her system. Natasha smiled. Nebula raised an eyebrow. "Then who?" "You will know when he arrives." Natasha let out a painful chuckle. "Ha ha ha. Heck, I don't even know why I am thinking of him in this situation." Her face contorted in pain as she clutched her bleeding shoulder. "It's time to end this," Nebula said coldly. Natasha took a deep breath, steeling herself. Nebula took a step forward, and a beeping sound caught her attention. She looked down to see a small device under her feet. Natasha grinned. "I'm not gonna go alone." She threw the grenade at Nebula. Boom! A massive explosion ripped through the area. It was a powerful explosion that created a crater with a radius of a kilometer. Snow, ice, and dirt were sent flying into the air. Nebula's armor protected her from the brunt of the blast, but she was still thrown back, landing hard on her back. She sat up, cursing. The nanite slowly regenerated the damaged parts of her armor, but it would take some time. The cliff was gone, and so was Natasha. Her body crashed onto the frozen lake. The thin ice broke, and she fell into the freezing water below. The cold water engulfed her, instantly numbing her senses. She struggled to stay awake, her movements slowing as the cold sapped her energy. The pain of her missing arm seemed distant now, replaced by an overwhelming sense of fatigue. Her vision blurred and darkness closed in around her. As she sank into the depths of the lake, her thoughts turned to a certain someone. Aaron. He was cute. Present time, although Aaron didn't get what Natasha felt or thought, he saw and heard everything that happened at the base. Present time, Aaron stood over Nebula's unconscious body, his eyes cold and unreadable. The vivid memories he had just witnessed filled him with a mixture of anger and urgency. He used his ice to put Nebula into an ice prison. Her breathing slowed as the cold seeped into her body, forcing her into a state of suspended animation. "I'll deal with you later," he muttered coldly. His mind was consumed with one thought: Natasha. Aaron teleported to the edge of the cliff where Natasha had fallen. The icy wind cut through him, but he barely noticed as his eyes scanned the desolate landscape. Bloodstains in the snow told the story of her final struggle. He clenched his fists, his chest tightening with dread. His earlier scans had shown no signs of life, but something gnawed at him, a faint hope that he had missed something. Standing at the edge of the frozen lake, he stared down into its depths. The water below was dark, the ice cracked and uneven. His breath came in shallow gasps as he knelt, pressing a hand to the frozen surface. He poured his ice power into the lake, willing it to spread and map out every crevice and depth. Tendrils of frost extended outward, searching, feeling, probing for anything that might hint at her presence. The lake was vast, and the silence was deafening. Aaron gritted his teeth, pushing his power further. The strain began to take its toll, his veins glowing faintly. Using his ice to find something on the surface was easy, but down there in the vast dark waters that stretched out for God knows how far and how deep, it was hard, even with his hydrokinesis. But no matter how far he reached, it wasn't enough. The underwater expanse was too great, too dark. "Damn it," he shouted, slamming his fist against the ice. Cracks radiated outward, but the lake remained silent, indifferent to his desperation. He used his telepathy, but it was of no use. Aaron closed his eyes, his breathing unsteady. "You can't hold back now," he told himself. The Phoenix Force stirred within him, a volatile firestorm of power and potential that he had avoided tapping into since the last time it nearly brought him to death's door. The memory of that searing pain and almost frying his brain made his hands tremble. But the thought of losing Natasha, of her final moments spent in agony and despair, pushed him past his fear. "Don't be a sissy. Let's do it," he said to himself with a forceful smile. He took a deep breath and let go. Golden flames erupted around him, licking at the icy air. The Phoenix Force surged through his veins. This time it was stable like when he fought with AFO. Nice. He focused all of it on a singular purpose: find her. The golden flames sank beneath the ice, illuminating the lake's depths like sunlight piercing through darkness. Aaron's mind expanded, reaching into every crevice, every shadowy corner of the underwater expanse. He felt the cold, the emptiness, and then, a faint flicker. A wisp of life. Fragile, faint, but undeniably there. "Got you." Using telekinesis, he lifted Natasha's unconscious body from the bottom of the lake and brought her back to the surface. Her body was badly injured and frozen. Thanks to her enhanced genetic modification and the Red Room's SSS, she was able to survive, but barely. Aaron took Natasha into his arms, cradling her close as he rose into the air. He used the phoenix flames to encase her in a soft, golden glow, melting away the frost that had frozen her skin and restoring the warmth she had lost. He transferred his healing factor to her body. Her body twitched at first, the freezing cold slowly releasing its grip on her. The steady rhythm of her pulse gradually returned, each beat stronger than the last. Her breath became more rhythmic, shallow at first, then deep and steady. As the healing factor mended her injuries, the severed arm that had once been lost began to grow back, tissues knitting together with unnatural speed. The formation of bones, blood, flesh, and skin was just like that Hollow Man movie when the guy was disappearing. It wasn't a pleasant view at all. Her wounds closed, and the deep fatigue that had once dragged her under slowly lifted. "Ha ha ha. Aaron chuckled and sighed in relief. He had barely managed to pull her from the brink of death. Natasha stirred slightly, her fingers twitching first before her eyes fluttered open. The initial disorientation gave way to recognition as her gaze focused on him, and for a fleeting moment, Aaron thought he saw something like relief in her eyes. "Yo," he smiled gently, his voice warm with emotion. "You are one reckless girl. I told you to be careful, didn't I, Aaron?" Her voice was weak but steady, as if she had been pulled from the deepest of slumbers. The pain and cold were no more. She looked at her severed arm and was surprised to see it back. She touched her shoulder, where it had been severed. She could still feel a bit of pain, but it was all in her mind. "Yeah, you did." She couldn't help but chuckle a bit, remembering the times when he saved her. "You healed me." "Yup." Aaron replied with a smile as he touched her tummy. Her eyes widened when he touched her tummy. She looked at his hand and then back to his face. Natasha's breath caught as she felt a warmth radiate from Aaron's touch. She looked into his eyes, a mix of disbelief and hope clouding her expression. For a moment she was silent, her lips parting as if to speak but no words came. She placed her hand over his, trembling. What did you do?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper, laced with both curiosity and vulnerability. Aaron smiled softly. "I restored what was taken from you, Natasha. I didn't think it was fair that they robbed you of something so precious." Her heart raced as she realized what he meant. Memories of her time in the Red Room surfaced. Cold clinical procedures meant to strip away her humanity, her choices, her future as a mother. She had resigned herself to that loss long ago, burying the pain deep within her. But now it felt as though that wound had been undone. You gave it back?" Her voice wavered, tears welling up in her eyes. She clutched his hand tightly, almost afraid this moment wasn't real. "How? Why? No. You aren't joking, right? How did you even know about it?" "I have powers, remember?" He lied to her. He couldn't possibly tell the truth about his past life. "Right." Natasha's breathing grew unsteady, her emotions overwhelming her. Aaron could tell she was at a loss for words, so he pulled her close, holding her gently as if to reassure her that this was real. She just lay on his lap, looking at the clear bright sky, the endless snow, and the warmth that spread through her. "Is it a dream?" she thought. No. It was real. She knew it was. And for the first time in a long time, she allowed herself to cry. "Thank you," she whispered as she clung to him. The warmth of his body, his heartbeat, his scent, it all made her feel safe, secure. A feeling she had long forgotten. "For everything. Well, what can I say? I couldn't let you break your promise of our date." Aaron smirked playfully and chuckled. Natasha raised her head and looked into his eyes. She couldn't help but smile as he wiped her tears. His touch was gentle, his gaze warm and full of life. She had never seen him like this before, and it made her heart skip a beat. She couldn't stop thinking about the man in front of her, this young man who had given her so much without ever asking anything in return. "I only remember a promise of lunch, not a date," she said softly, the playful tone of her voice making his smile grow wider. "Well, who says we can't go on a date after lunch?" He winked at her. "As long as you're not too busy playing super spies or getting drowned in icy water at the North Pole." "Oh wait, you already did." Natasha laughed. Her cheeks felt warm, and her heart was beating faster than usual. She didn't know why, but she liked this feeling. It was new and exciting, and she wanted more of it. But there was a lot to do about the alien she encountered. "What about that alien girl?" she asked. "Her. Well, you want the good news or bad?" he asked with a serious expression. Aaron's first-person POV, Natasha tensed. The good news is that the alien girl's name is Nebula, and she's Thanos' daughter. Thanos is a mad titan who wants to destroy Earth and offer the souls to Lady Death. Why is it good news? Well, because we got time to prepare for the threat, I sighed and continued. The bad news is that Thanos is going after the Infinity Stones. Now, if he gets his hand on all the 6 stones, he would become practically unstoppable. He can dismantle the entire universe into atoms and recreate it on his vision with a snap of his finger. Natasha sat up straight with a baffled expression. "You gotta be kidding me," she thought. "Nope. Not kidding. Sorry for reading your mind. I apologized. It's fine." She pressed her eyebrows in worry and looked down. "We need to inform Fury. How long do we have?" she asked, standing up. "Thanos is building the Infinity Gauntlet to contain the stone's power. That's all I got from her memories, and well, he got a massive army, so yeah, it's not going to be pretty," I answered as I stretched my neck to the side. "So, give or take a couple of months to a year. Damn, that's insane," she muttered and paused. I grabbed Natasha and teleported to Nebula. Then after grabbing her, I teleported to the SHIELD's base entrance. The agents outside reacted almost instantly with their guns aimed at me, but then they realized it was Natasha and lowered their guns. Natasha lifted her hand as she stood before them. "Fury in." "Yes, ma'am," the agents replied and stepped aside for her to enter. We walked into the base, Nebula still encased in her ice prison, hovering behind me like some twisted trophy. Before me was Natasha, walking through the halls. I couldn't help but smirk a little. She was already back in action mode, even after nearly dying. That's the Black Widow for ya. The place was full of agents and workers. Some were running around with files and others with boxes of supplies. Everyone was busy and focused on their work. There were turrets and cameras everywhere. The whole place was heavily secured. The SHIELD agents stared as we passed. Some whispered. Can't blame them. It's not every day one sees a frozen blue alien. We reached Fury's office. Natasha didn't even knock, just barged in like she owned the place. Fury looked up from his desk, his one eye narrowing as he took in the scene. "Thank God she's all right," he thought. "She brought Aaron and an alien?" "Romanoff," he said, his voice calm but sharp. "Care to explain? You went off-grid and none of the agents are replying. What happened out there?" Natasha walked towards Fury and sat down in front of him, while I placed Nebula on the table. "Everyone's dead. If not for Aaron, I would have been dead too," she informed him. Fury turned his attention to me and asked, "Dead? How?" "Her," she pointed at the frozen Nebula on the table. "We were waiting for the X-Force to arrive, but she got a jump on us and we were too weak against her cybernetic implants and technology. Send a team to recover the bodies." Natasha sighed, pressing her fingers against her forehead, recalling all those people that she lost. "Who is she?" Fury asked as he stood up to take a closer look at Nebula. "And why did she attack you?" "She's Nebula, Thanos' daughter," I answered. "She was sent here to acquire data on Earth's heroes and technology and send them back to Thanos. And well, she failed." Fury leaned back in his chair, his single eye narrowing. "You're saying this," he gestured to the frozen Nebula, "is Thanos' daughter, and she's here to scout Earth for an invasion?" I nodded grimly. "That's the gist of it. But instead of me explaining everything, it's better if I show you too." Natasha tilted her head, her gaze piercing. "What do you mean, show?" I stepped closer, resting my hand on the table. "I'll use telepathy to connect your minds to her memories. You'll see everything firsthand, Thanos' conquest, his army, and his plans. But fair warning, it's not going to be easy to watch." Natasha's lips tightened. Fury studied me for a moment before giving a curt nod. "Do it." I extended my telepathic power, linking their minds with mine and connecting all three to Nebula's frozen consciousness. The fragments of her memories swirled in my head like shards of broken glass, each one sharp and jagged. I pieced them together carefully, guiding Natasha and Fury into the heart of her experiences. The office around us dissolved, replaced by the black void of space. Fury and Natasha stood beside me, invisible observers in Nebula's fractured mind. A young Nebula appeared before us, a child on a distant, barren planet. Her blue skin shimmered under the harsh alien sun as she trained with other children under the watchful eye of Thanos. He loomed above them, a menacing figure of power and cruelty, his voice cold as he barked orders. "Only the strong survive," he said, his tone devoid of mercy. The scene shifted to a brutal sparring match. A young Gamora, Nebula's sister, bested her in combat. Nebula fell, wounded and desperate, as Thanos approached. "You've disappointed me again," Thanos said, his voice dripping with disdain. He motioned to his scientists, who dragged the screaming child away. The memory shifted, showing Nebula undergoing horrific cybernetic modifications. Piece by piece, her organic body was replaced with machinery, each surgery more brutal than the last. Every time she lost, Thanos would replace a part of her with a machine. Natasha flinched at the sight, her jaw tightening. Fury's expression darkened, his eye focused intently on the scene. Nebula's adult self emerged, a warrior hardened by years of torment. Her hatred for Gamora and Thanos burned brightly, but so did her fear of her father. The scene shifted. A planet burned below us, its surface consumed by fire and chaos. The skies were filled with smoke, and the screams of its inhabitants echoed faintly in the distance. Thanos' massive ship loomed overhead, covering most of the sky. Nebula stood on the battlefield, surrounded by Thanos' forces. His army was a nightmarish sight. Chitauri soldiers swarmed the ground, their grotesque forms running around and killing everything in their sight. Leviathans, massive serpentine warships, soared through the skies, raining missiles and plasma on the fleeing populace. At the forefront were Thanos' generals, and the Black Order. Corvus Glaive, Proxima Midnight, Ebony Maw, and Cull Obsidian commanded the assault. The heroes of that planet were falling like flies, unable to resist the insane army. In the midst of the chaos, Thanos descended to the surface, his massive frame unyielding as he ran through the destruction with his giant blade. The ground trembled beneath his feet. Survivors who dared to fight were effortlessly cut down, while others were dragged before him in chains. Ebony Maw called it honor and mercy. But it was nothing more than sadistic pleasure. It was a scene of pure horror. Thanos raised his sword and brought it down on the helpless prisoner, splitting the man in two. Blood sprayed across the ground, staining the soil red. Then he killed them all, one by one. The Chitauri, the Black Order, and everyone else on the planet rejoiced in blood and slaughter. Thanos then kneeled before a pile of bodies and closed his eyes. My mistress. A small gift from an insignificant world. May its sacrifice please you. They shall be your slave in death. Then the scene shifted. Nebula stood aboard the command deck of his flagship, watching as a hologram projected his vast army. The Chitauri were only one piece of the puzzle. The Outriders, horrifying creatures bred solely for war, moved in relentless waves, their claws dripping with blood. Entire fleets of warships, each bristling with weaponry capable of decimating planets, were stationed across the galaxy. Thanos' forces were a juggernaut of destruction that had already claimed countless worlds. Nebula's fear deepened as Thanos turned his gaze to her. Earth, he said, pointing to a glowing hologram of the planet. They will resist, but they will fall. And when they do, I will offer their souls to my mistress. He leaned back on his throne and looked at Nebula, who just went through another enhancement. Your new enhancement will give you an edge. Leave. Gather intelligence on their heroes and technology, and don't fail me again. Gamora, how's the search for the Infinity Stones going? His voice echoed throughout the command deck. Nowhere. Collector. I will need the Alpha team, Gamora said. Take them, Thanos ordered as he stood up and walked to Gamora. He then placed his hand on her shoulder. Daughter. Once I get the stones, I can finally do what must be done. Offer all souls to my mistress. You must succeed. He paused and looked at Nebula. All of you must succeed. The scene shifted again. Nebula arrived on Earth, her mission clear. She used 2 decoys to attract the attention of the heroes. First was an army of robots in the Sahara, where they would attack the heroes or anyone who arrived there first. If a few civilians die, then the heroes are bound to show up and those robots will scan the heroes' fighting style, technology, and power and send them back to Thanos. Then the second decoy was at the North Pole where Natasha and the rest were waiting for the X-Force to arrive. The X-Force arrived, and well, you guys know what happened. With her captured, she could send those data back to Thanos. In short, Thanos has all the information on the Avengers who went to the Sahara, but thanks to my quick thinking, he shouldn't have much info on the mutants or me, since I captured Nebula and there was nothing in her memories that says she transferred the info. But let's say, Thanos saw everything through her implants during our fight. Well, that purple shitface will only know that I can use ice power. The memories faded, and we were back in Fury's office. Natasha's hands gripped the chair's armrests, her knuckles white. Fury leaned forward, his expression grim. Neither spoke at first, the weight of what they had just witnessed settling over them like a suffocating cloud. That army. Natasha finally said, her voice low. It's too much. Even if we had every hero, every resource, it's not enough. Fury exhaled slowly, his eye fixed on me. And those stones. If he gets them all. He won't, I said firmly, my voice cutting through the tension. There are 2 Infinity Stones, right here on Earth. I told Fury about the Tesseract, which contains the Space Stone and the Time Stone in Kamartaj. Well, there was no Doctor Strange, so it's safe to assume that the Ancient One has it, and it would be impossible to get it from her. When I told Fury about that, he was like, "How the hell does that guy know I have the Tesseract? Is he spying on us?" And his thoughts were clear. Oh, if anyone is wondering about the Reality Stone or that sludge, well, I can't reveal everything to them just like that, can I now? If I were to face Thanos, I gotta have some kind of insurance, and what could be better than the power to control the reality itself, right? But the bad part is that I have no idea when the convergence will occur. Besides, I wonder if my power of absorption works on the Infinity Stones or not. It would be insane if I somehow managed to absorb even a tiny wisp of that infinity power. Coming back to the present. It doesn't matter what Fury or anyone else thinks. The vision of Thanos' army is enough for him to push back his questions and focus on the serious matter. What about her? Fury pointed at Frozen Nebula. She killed people and she has to pay for it. I've already placed a mental block in her mind. She won't be able to do anything. Put her in a cell or something for the time being. And if you are thinking of using her as a bargaining chip, forget it. Thanos would kill her and move forward just like that, I explained as I stood up and stretched myself. Fury nodded in understanding and pressed his finger on a device in his ear. Lock her up in a cell. 4 agents entered his office with a large metallic container and placed Nebula inside. Then they carried the container out of the room. After that, Fury led us to the underground lab where the scientists and researchers were doing experiments on the Tesseract. It was a freaking big lab and was filled with machines, robots, and all kinds of scientific stuff. There were multiple workstations and computers lining the walls. One end of the room was dedicated to containment, a series of transparent cylindrical chambers, each one holding an object of unknown origin. In one of the chambers sat the Tesseract, a glowing blue cube pulsing with power. Fury ordered the workers to leave the room for a bit, and then he took out a remote from his pocket and pressed the button. One of the cylindrical chambers lit up with a bright blue light, bathing the room in a warm glow. There was the Tesseract, surrounded by a containment field of some kind. The glass around the cylinder opened, and the cube was moved forward by mechanical arms, out of the field. I don't know why you know of Tesseract, but following your actions so far, I've no doubt you are a good man, Aaron. So, I'll trust you on this, Fury said as he looked toward me. There is no choice. Thanos' army is too big and our options are limited. Aaron seems like a good guy. Considering this power, he could have taken over the world by now if he wanted, but decided not to. Sigh. Anyway, I should call Carol just in case. I don't know if he's trying to think those things on purpose or not. It's good that he isn't thinking of stabbing me in the back later. Besides, if Carol comes to Earth and Thanos doesn't have the stones by then, it's a winnable situation. I walked towards the Tesseract, studying it closely. Its surface was smooth and featureless, but its energy radiated outward, filling the chamber with an almost palpable power. It was both beautiful and terrifying at the same time. Watching it in the movies was one thing, but seeing and experiencing its power firsthand was something else entirely. Fury watched as I reached for the cube. I made sure to cover my body with the Phoenix Force. I wouldn't do that if I were you. So far, anyone who touched it with bare hands turned into dust. Yeah, I know. Heck, it banished Red Skull to Vormir. I am not like anyone. I grabbed the cube. The moment my fingers closed around the Tesseract, a surge of raw energy coursed through me, burning and electrifying every nerve. It wasn't painful. Far from it. The Phoenix Force wrapped around me like a protective cocoon, its fiery aura blending with the cube's radiant blue glow. Inside my mind, I could feel it. Limitless power, ancient and pure, a fragment of the universe itself. The Tesseract pulsed with a heartbeat-like rhythm, its energy flowing through my body like molten light. I could see glimpses of space, distant stars, and galaxies swirling in an endless cosmic dance. Fury's voice broke through the haze. What the hell are you doing, Aaron? He stopped mid-sentence, staring as the Tesseract's glow dimmed slightly, its energy stabilizing around me. Natasha took a cautious step forward. Aaron? Are you okay? I turned to her and grinned. Never better. The Tesseract didn't resist my touch. Instead, it seemed to recognize me, or perhaps it recognized the Phoenix Force. It was almost welcoming. A thought flickered through my mind. Could I absorb a part of this energy? Would it even be possible? I closed my eyes, focusing on the cube's energy. The Phoenix Force stirred within me, eager and curious, as if it shared my desire to test the limits. Slowly, carefully, I reached out with my absorption power, letting it brush against the Tesseract's immense energy. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, like a floodgate opening, a tiny sliver of the cube's energy flowed into me. It was overwhelming, 1,000 suns exploding at once. My body tensed, every muscle locking up as I fought to maintain control. The Phoenix Force roared, its fiery presence growing stronger, merging with the Tesseract's energy in a dazzling display of power. Aaron. Natasha's voice was sharp, worried. Fury had his gun out, but he wasn't pointing it at me, yet. "I'm fine," I said through gritted teeth. "Just give me a second." The energy stabilized, settling into a small, contained reservoir within me. It wasn't much, just a fraction of the Tesseract's power, but it was enough to feel its potential. Space itself seemed to bend around me, as if I'd become a living conduit for the cube's energy. But this isn't enough. I want more. I crushed the cube in my hands. The moment I did that, there was a mini energy explosion, and then among the tiny shards on my palm was the space stone. I picked it up with my left hand and held it closer to my eyes. The blue stone was beautiful yet powerful, pulsing with a strange energy that resonated within me. The power of space itself. Such a tiny gem had so much power. I wondered how powerful it would be if combined with the other infinity stones. Fury and Natasha watched, stunned. "Is that?" Natasha asked. "The space stone. This tiny gem has the power of space itself," I explained. "Just imagine, appearing in multiple locations simultaneously by fragmenting one's spatial presence or warp, stretch, compress, or rearrange the structure of space. Heck, one energy blast can tear through dimensions or destroy matter by warping space around the target. Then there are wormholes." "Aaron," Fury said. "He looks to have his guard up. How do you have so much information on that stone, and what are you planning to do with that stone now that you have the stone? How I know about its power isn't that important. What's important is that now I can mess up Thanos and his army. Just gotta do a little more preparation. And after killing Thanos, I'm gonna take a long vacation," I answered as I grabbed the stone into my palm. Damn. It's so overwhelming. If not for the Phoenix Force shielding my mind and body, things could have gone worse. It's like the stone has a will of its own, but before the superior Phoenix, it can't do shit. Boom. A massive explosion rocked the place. A few HRS earlier, the hot winds of the Sahara blew fiercely, carrying sand that stung against skin and armor. The Avengers stood at the edge of the vast, glassy crater formed by the crash. Smoke rose from the remains of the alien ship, a jagged mass of twisted metal that shimmered unnaturally under the sunlight. Steve Rogers surveyed the scene with his shield slung over his back. "This doesn't look like any ship we've seen before. Alien, for sure." Tony Stark in his Iron Man suit hovered above, scanning the wreckage. "Jarvis, tell me we've got something unusual here." "Indeed, sir," Jarvis's calm voice replied. "The material composition of this vessel contains elements unknown to Earth's periodic table. Scans indicate heavy use of quantum-based technology." Bruce Banner knelt by a fragment of the ship, his scientist's curiosity overtaking his caution. "Quantum technology? This isn't just advanced. This is leagues beyond anything we've encountered before." Clint kept his bow ready, an arrow nocked. "Let's not get too cozy, folks. Crash sites are usually booby-trapped, and I don't feel like being fried today." As if on cue, the ship emitted a loud hum. Panels on its side slid open, and sleek humanoid robots with glowing red eyes emerged, armed with energy weapons. "Called it," Clint muttered, releasing an arrow that struck one robot square in the chest, causing it to spark and collapse. "Avengers, move." Steve barked, raising his shield as a barrage of energy blasts rained down. The battle erupted. Tony zipped through the air, firing repulsor beams at the robots, while Steve charged forward, deflecting blasts with his shield and using it to smash through the metal frames of their attackers. Hawkeye took out targets with precision shots, covering Bruce, who struggled to keep his temper in check. "Banner, we could really use the other guy," Tony shouted, dodging a blast. "I'm trying." Bruce growled, his fists clenching as his skin began to take on a green hue. With a roar, the Hulk emerged, smashing through a line of robots with a single swing of his massive fists. Well, Hulk alone smashed the remaining robots with ease. Within minutes, the last robot fell, its parts scattering across the sand. That was fun, Clint said, wiping sweat from his brow. Tony landed beside him, his armor covered in scorch marks. Define fun. Because if you mean almost getting vaporized, then yeah, loads of fun. Steve crouched by one of the fallen robots, inspecting its core. This tech is advanced, even for alien standards. Can we get anything from it? Tony knelt beside him, using a small device to extract data from the robot's central processor. Downloading now. Let's hope it gives us something useful. Jarvis chimed in. Sir, I've decrypted a portion of the data. It contains coordinates and a communication log referencing Thanos. The group exchanged uneasy glances. Thanos? Who's that? Steve said grimly. We need to get this back to Fury and check on this Thanos. With the data secured, and the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent securing the site, the Avengers boarded their Quinjet and set course for S.H.I.E.L.D.'s base. However, as they approached New York, alarms blared. Incoming. Jarvis warned. Unidentified hostiles detected. Through the jet's windows, they saw it, a massive dreadnought descending from the clouds, its colossal frame casting a shadow over the city. Its weapon systems glowed ominously, and smaller fighter drones swarmed around it like angry hornets. Tony groaned. Why is it always New York? The dreadnought fired its first salvo, a concentrated energy blast that narrowly missed the Quinjet, rocking it violently. Brace yourselves. Steve shouted as Tony leaped out, flying towards the ship to intercept its fighters. We're gonna need backup, Clint muttered, securing his gear. This is no coincidence, Bruce said, his voice low as the Hulk threatened to resurface. This has Thanos written all over it. As the Quinjet dodged incoming fire, the Avengers prepared for another fight. The dreadnought loomed over New York, its immense size and shadow engulfing the city. It was Nebula's fail-safe plan. If she were to die or be captured, the army would attack, which would force the heroes to defend and show their power. And that live footage would be sent back to Thanos' main fleet. Now, with Nebula's implants gone, the fail-safe program activated as the AI flagged her dead. And some might wonder why Aaron didn't know about the attack. He could have stopped. Well, it was as the name says, fail-safe plan. It was locked into her cybernetics implants as locked data. Aaron could read mind, yes, but he can't read a machine's mind. With Nebula regaining her organic body, even she might not remember certain things that were in her brain implants. From its hull, massive hatches opened, releasing streams of Chitauri soldiers and sleek humanoid robots into the streets below. The sound of alien engines roared, mixing with the screams of panicked civilians fleeing in every direction. Energy blasts tore through buildings, sending glass and debris raining onto the streets. Cars overturned, and fires ignited, creating a scene of utter chaos. The Chitauri moved with coordinated precision, their vehicles firing relentless barrages at anything in their path. Above, swarms of drones buzzed like metallic wasps, cutting through the air and targeting strategic points. Tony Stark was the first to engage, soaring into the fray in his armor. Repulsor beams lit up the sky as he destroyed drones mid-flight, but the sheer number of enemies was overwhelming. Jarvis, prioritize civilian areas and guide emergency services. Understood, sir, Jarvis replied, marking evacuation zones on Tony's HUD. Steve Rogers jumped from the Quinjet as it maneuvered through the chaos, his shield already in hand. Landing on a rooftop, he quickly assessed the situation before radioing his team. Clint, take the high ground and cover the civilians. Bruce, we need the big guy front and center. Those tanks won't stop themselves. I'm on it. Clint replied, scaling a damaged fire escape to position himself on a vantage point. His arrows whistled through the air, striking down Chitauri soldiers and disabling their vehicles. Below him, Steve led a group of first responders to clear civilians from a collapsing building, deflecting stray blasts with his shield. The Hulk roared as he smashed through a blockade of Chitauri tanks, flipping one like it weighed nothing. His massive fists crushed robots in a single blow, sending their parts flying. Despite his brute force, the enemies kept coming, their numbers seemingly endless. In the chaos, portals of crackling energy began to open across the city, depositing even more troops into the battlefield. From one such portal emerged a towering Chitauri commander, its armor gleaming and weaponry far more advanced than its soldiers. It unleashed a devastating energy wave, scattering cars and forcing the Avengers to regroup. Tony called out over comms, "We've got a big one here, Cap." Suggestions? "Hit it hard and fast," Steve replied, vaulting over debris to join him. "But don't let it distract you. Our priority is the civilians." Meanwhile, on the ground, the X-Men had arrived. Jean Grey, Kitty Pryde, and Jubilee were coordinating evacuations, while Storm took to the skies. She summoned a tempest, bolts of lightning striking drones and soldiers. "Jean, there are still people trapped in that subway station," Kitty shouted, phasing through walls to lead civilians to safety. Jean extended her telekinesis, lifting a chunk of rubble that blocked the station entrance. "Get them out, Kitty. I'll hold this," she yelled as she smashed a group of aliens with her telekinesis onto the ground. Ghost Spider swung through the city, her webs taking out robots and Chitauri soldiers alike. She saw Iron Man fighting the commander. "Mr. Stark, leave that alien to me. There are school buses trapped back at the square. Be careful of his energy blasts." "I'll be back in a jiffy." Iron Man flew away toward the square. Ghost Spider dodged a barrage of energy blasts before launching herself at the commander. She remembered what Aaron told her back then, to not hold back when dealing with enemies or more people will get hurt. So, this time she decided not to hold back her power. Here goes nothing. She rushed in, swinging and dodging everything thanks to her spider sense. The alien tried to knock her off with an energy blast, but she was too fast. Using the light posts as a sling, she threw herself at the alien with all her might. She clenched her right fist and punched the commander right in the face. The punch was so powerful that the alien's helmet shattered and her fist smashed his face, hard, and then splatter! The alien commander's head exploded like a watermelon that had been kicked by a horse. Brain matter, bone fragments, and bluish blood splattered everywhere. The other Chitauri rushed into a frenzy, rushing towards Ghost Spider, but "Have no fear when Jubilee is here," Jubilee said as she jumped to the front and threw a shower of firecracker-like explosions that engulfed the incoming enemies in an explosion of light and sound. The Chitauri soldiers screamed and fell to the ground, stunned by the noise and light. "Wow, that's awesome. Thanks." Ghost Spider swung away from the alien troops. "No prob. Let's take care of these ugly guys first," Jubilee replied as she continued throwing explosive balls at the incoming enemies. Back on the streets, the Hulk smashed through Chitauri vehicles, creating a path for civilians to escape. Psylocke soon arrived at the scene, and she began to chop the enemies with ease. The Human Torch and the Thing also arrived at the scene, destroying the aliens. "Keep that fire in control. Don't just blindly burn down the building," the Thing yelled at Johnny as he picked up a car and threw it on an oncoming group of aliens. Says the Thing who just destroyed a Lumbo. "I'll take care of that giant ship." Johnny flew toward the Dreadnought, followed by Iron Man. At S.H.I.E.L.'s underground base, Aaron, Natasha, and Fury observed the chaos through live feeds. Fury clenched his fists as he barked orders into his comms. "All agents, focus on evacuation efforts. Contain the damage as best you can." Natasha, watching the battle unfold, turned to Aaron. "This is bad. They're outnumbered." Aaron touched Natasha and Fury's shoulders, transferring his mutation to them. He gave Fury super speed and Natasha kinetic manipulation. Just like what he did with Natasha back at Bakuto's hideout, he used his telepathy to implant the memories of how to superspeed in Fury's mind. And since Natasha had prior experience, she should be familiar with that power. He then teleported them in the middle of the battlefield. "All right, no question. Fury, evacuate the trapped civilians, and Natasha." Aaron looked at the Dreadnought where Iron Man and Johnny were attacking, but their attack was ineffective due to the shield around the ship. "You are gonna blow that thing up to smithereens." "Well, it's been a while since I have stepped onto the battlefield. I'll see you two later." Fury dashed at super speed and began evacuating people. "I am going to need massive energy buildup if I were to take it down," Natasha said as she saw Iron Man and Johnny's futile efforts to bring down the Dreadnought. "You have a plan?" He smirked. "Of course. It's called improvisation." Aaron knew that he couldn't just reveal his trump card or the stone because Thanos might be looking at this scene. So, he decided to go with the obvious plan. He grabbed Natasha and teleported before the main weapon system of the Dreadnought. "You insane!" Natasha yelled. "You asked for a massive amount of energy. Here is a massive amount of energy." The alien weapon charged, preparing to unleash its deadly firepower on the city. Aaron used his telepathy and asked Iron Man and Johnny to clear out the sky. The weapon's energy core hummed with a menacing glow, its charge building rapidly. Natasha's eyes narrowed as she assessed the situation, her kinetic manipulation already beginning to siphon stray energy from the Dreadnought's charging weapon. "This better work, Aaron," Natasha muttered as she concentrated, her hands glowing faintly with the energy absorption. The Dreadnought's weapon reached critical charge, and the air around it crackled with raw power. Natasha took a deep breath, focusing on her kinetic manipulation. Boom! The blast struck them hard with raw energy. With a yell, Natasha extended her hands and began to absorb the weapon's energy. The sheer force of it caused her to stagger, but Aaron kept her stable, her body glowing with an intense, fiery light. "Natasha, focus. You're doing great," Aaron shouted as he absorbed the energy into his body. The blast lasted for nearly a minute, and they absorbed every last drop of energy. When the weapon finally powered down, its core was nothing but a charred husk, its outer shell smoking and cracked from the massive strain. Natasha glanced at Aaron, her eyes blazing with barely contained power. "Ready for the big finale?" Aaron smirked. "Always." Both of them punched the giant dreadnought with all of their might. A shockwave spread outwards from the impact, shattering the reinforced shield and knocking back Chitauri soldiers. The dreadnought shuddered from the force of the blow, its hull cracking under the pressure. The ground forces flew up toward them, showering them with blasts. Well, it was more like feeding them with energy. "Ha ha ha. These mindless morons." Aaron laughed as he threw another punch. Natasha also joined him in laughter. "They are making my job easier." Iron Man and Human Torch could only look at the sight in awe. "Holy shit. They're destroying the alien ship like it's nothing." Johnny exclaimed. "I guess we're no longer needed here." Iron Man flew away from the scene. With another 2 punches, the giant ship exploded. Aaron teleported them back to the ground and then went back up. If that giant thing falls over the city, the damage would be devastating. So the best thing he could think of was to cover his body with Phoenix Force and open a giant portal under the falling ship. The portal was connected to the outer space. Then, using his telekinesis, he forced the ship into the portal as fast as possible from a safe distance. The giant ship disappeared into the portal. He quickly closed the portal before teleporting back beside Natasha. Huff. "Dang. That was exhausting," he panted. No kidding. She was also panting. The remaining aliens began to fall like flies. The chip or whatever was implanted into their brain got shut down because the main ship was destroyed. The battle ended. The battle was over, but the scars it would leave behind would take a long time to heal. Smoke and ash filled the air, mixing with the choking smell of burning debris, cars, buildings, and aliens. The Avengers stood among the devastation, their faces grim as they worked with firefighters and paramedics. Once bustling with life, the streets now lay broken glass and overturned cars with Chitauri weapons and machines all over the streets. The fires were burning in different places, orange flame flickering and casting shadows around the wreckage. Emergency responders ran through the chaos, trying to help everyone they could. Paramedics knelt beside the injured, trying their best to ease their pain. Children cried for their parents, and the screams of people crying for help filled the air. Despite the efforts of the Avengers, not all could be saved. The heart of the city was broken, and its people were hurting. Captain America knelt beside a woman who was holding the lifeless body of her child. Tears ran down her soot-streaked face as she clung to the little one. Steve placed a hand on her shoulder, his voice heavy with grief as he said softly, "I'm so sorry." He stood slowly, his jaw tight, and turned to look for more people who needed help. Close to this scene, Jean. She was using her telekinetic powers to lift heavy chunks of rubble from the entrance of a subway station. The dust and debris fell away as people trapped below became visible. Dirt and blood-stained survivors climbed out, coughing and stumbling towards safety. Her face was pale as she gazed at Steve. "There are more people stuck down there," she said urgently. "We need more help." Kitty and Jubilee were also at work. A few meters from their location was Psylocke, checking on the aliens, making sure they were dead. On what was once a street, bustling with activity, stood Natasha, Nick Fury, and Aaron. Crumbling tall buildings loomed all around them, their walls ripped wide open by massive holes. Some of them were tilted, as if ready to topple. Natasha was exhausted. She had pushed herself to the limit, fighting to bring down a Chitauri dreadnought. Fury clicked on the button to his comms. "What is the report of damage?" his sharp voice demanded. There was a sound through from one of the agents, desperation creeping into the sound of the voice. "Sir, the casualties count is too high, over 100 reported dead, with multiple numbers more injured. 2 complete squads lost near Grand Central. We are still counting." Fury sighed in long breath and shut his eyes for a fraction of a second. "Roger. Keep me updated." Iron Man landed by them, his suit battered and sparking. Tony Stark removed his helmet and looked out at the city from a face that was drawn in lines of weariness. "Well, the city's not entirely gone. That's something, right?" The attempt at humor was woefully ill-timed. The moment weighed too heavily. Johnny Storm hovered above them, his flames barely glowing. He looked down at the city in shock. "I knew it'd be bad, but not like this," he said, his voice quivering. Bruce Banner walked over in his human form. His clothes were torn, but his expression was calm. "We did what we could, but this kind of damage was unavoidable against an enemy this powerful," he said. "We have to prepare better for next time." Natasha gave him a tired nod. "If there is a next time," she replied, "there might not be a city left to save." There, in a battle-scarred Times Square, the agents set up an emergency medical center. Stretchers lined the area, and doctors and nurses rushed under stark floodlights to attend to all the injured. Along one side of the square were rows of bodies. The authorities were still working to identify them. Fury moved through the ranks of the dead, pausing over Agent Ramirez, a SHIELD operative who had fought hard. For a moment, he stood silent. "You gave everything," he said softly. "And we won't let it be for nothing." Natasha stood up and touched him on the shoulder. "Thanos will pay." News crews swarmed the area and broadcast the destruction live on air. Anchors were talking in somber tones while sharing the rising numbers of casualties and images of the wreckage. Outrage among people was already building. A reporter asked angrily, "Where were the Avengers or X-Men before this attack? Did nobody see it coming?" Politicians demanded answers, and rumors about the aliens and Avengers spread fast, and they started spreading confusion and fear. Amid all the sorrow, there are moments of hope. A small child emerged from the rubble of a collapsed building, carried by a firefighter. His dad, a middle-aged man, who was crying over his wife's dead body, ran up to his kid while trying to hide his tears. Clint was sitting on the rooftop, scanning the scene with his binoculars, way up in the sky above the city. He saw a family trapped in a burning building. He shot a grappling arrow and swung into action to save them as the structure crumbled. Ghost Spider swung through the streets, carrying medical supplies and ferrying the injured to safety. She was talking to herself, muttering, "We did our best, didn't we?" Still, that hint of doubt persisted in her voice. Aaron walked through the chaos, his boots crunching against shattered glass and metal. The acrid stench of smoke and burning debris assaulted his senses, but it was the psychic weight of despair pressing against his mind that made him stumble. His powers heightened his awareness of the anguish around him. Every thought, every scream, every prayer for help reverberated in his skull like a cruel symphony of suffering. He stopped in front of a crashed car where a father cradled the limp body of his teenage son. The man's thoughts were a storm of self-blame and helplessness. "Why couldn't I protect him? I should have done more. This is my fault. I wasn't fast enough." Aaron clenched his fists. He could have stopped this. He should have stopped this. He was so drunk on the power of the Space Stone that it took a while for him to get a grasp of the reality. His gaze moved to a young girl around 7 or 8, sitting amidst the wreckage, clutching a torn stuffed animal. Her sobs were quiet, but her mind screamed with questions. "Where's Mommy? Where's Daddy?" Aaron dropped to one knee in front of her. "Hey," he said gently, though his voice trembled. "You're safe now. We'll find your parents, I promise." She looked up at him, her tear-streaked face a mixture of fear and hope. Aaron lifted her into his arms, cradling her as though she were the most precious thing in the universe. A few meters away, he saw a dead woman. The kid instantly pointed her finger at the woman and said in a sad voice, "Mommy." Aaron quickly put the kid to sleep using his psychic powers and handed her over to a passing paramedic. As he continued walking, the voices of the injured, the lost, and the bereaved all crashed around him like a tidal wave. He could hear them. He felt their pain as if it were his own. "I'm scared. Make the pain go away. What's happening? Where's my family? I don't want to die. Eren shook his head. It was too much. He couldn't bear it. No. Stop, he shouted in anguish, covering his ears. The air around him warped and crackled with psionic energy as his powers flared out of control. So far everything he had done in this world had been to live a peaceful life and have fun. But fate wasn't too kind to him. He was forced to fight dangerous criminals, mutants, aliens, robots. It wasn't by his choice, still, he did what had to be done. He tried to live a life filled with danger and treated all his fights as fun. He overpowered everyone and easily won every battle so far. However, right now, there was nothing fun about this. The world he was treating as a comic world turned out to be more real than he thought. He was reminded of this when the Chitauri attacked. This world was no game. It was filled with real people who really suffered when tragedy struck. Eren couldn't help but feel the guilt and regret weighing heavily on him. He could have stopped this attack. He should have stopped this attack. Death warned him about Thanos, yet he didn't took it seriously. Eren, Jean said softly, placing a hand on his shoulder. This isn't your fault. Eren turned, his voice low and filled with self-loathing. Isn't it? With my powers, I could have stopped them, stopped all of this, before it began. But I hesitated, Jean. And now look at them. Look at all of them. He gestured to the devastation around them, his voice breaking. They're dead because of me. Jean met his gaze, her voice steady but filled with empathy. I can feel it too, Eren. The pain, the grief, the loss. It's overwhelming. But this isn't your burden alone. None of us could have prevented all of it, not even with all the power in the world. Eren looked away, his jaw tightening. Her words carried weight, but the guilt was too raw to let go. Still, he nodded, acknowledging the truth in her conviction. Jean placed both hands on his shoulders, forcing him to meet her eyes. Listen to me. These people don't need you drowning in guilt. They need you to keep going. They need you to help them, because you can. You can still save lives, Eren. Focus on that. Her voice softened, but her resolve remained firm. We'll face the rest together when the time comes. No. Eren closed his mind and took a deep breath. The Phoenix Force began to seep out of his body. There is still a chance. He clenched his fists, summoning the Phoenix Force around him. He could feel it. The Phoenix urged him to use her power. I have the power and I'm gonna use it this time. Eren hovered high above the city, bathed in an aura of glowing golden fire that shimmered like a living sun. The Phoenix Force coursed through him, resonating with an intensity that felt both infinite and dangerous. The devastation below stretched as far as the eye could see, rubble, burning vehicles, shattered lives. Yet, amid the destruction, his resolve solidified. He would not let this tragedy end in despair. The flames around him were not the kind that destroyed. They were warm and comforting, not like the unstable destroying type. The people below stopped their cries and panic, their attention drawn to the ethereal figure in the sky. Some shielded their eyes from the blinding light, while others watched in awe. What's he doing? Tony Stark muttered, still holding his helmet under one arm. His HUD flickered as the Phoenix Force created energy signatures his sensors couldn't scan. I don't know, Natasha whispered. But I don't think we can stop it even if we wanted to. Jean Grey stood among the crowd, her lips parted in shock. She felt the overwhelming power of the Phoenix Force, more immense than she had ever controlled. Yet, Eren's connection to it was different, untainted by the emotional turmoil and limitations that plagued her. He wielded it with purpose, clarity, and unwavering confidence. Eren aimed his palm toward the ground, his voice echoing, enhanced by the power of the Phoenix. I won't let this be the end. This is not how their story ends. He could feel the Phoenix lending him her power. It was more fluid than before. Golden flames descended gently from his outstretched hands, cascading like a shower of embers. Wherever the flames touched, they did not burn but healed. A firefighter with burns across his face gasped as his skin regenerated. A young boy pulled from the rubble moments earlier stopped coughing as his crushed ribs realigned and healed. The light grew brighter, encompassing the entire city. The Phoenix Force reached deeper than the surface, penetrating the streets and the ruins and even bringing the bodies still buried under the rubble to the surface. The bodies lined up in rows, lifeless, broken, began to move. One by one, breaths returned to their lungs. Color returned to pale cheeks. Crushed bones reformed, and torn flesh knitted itself back together. "My God," Captain America whispered, his shield slack in his hand as he watched a family reunite. Their son, previously lost, blinked up at them, alive and whole once more. The mother sobbed as she held him tightly. Near the emergency medical station, a paramedic froze mid-action as the body they were preparing to cover stirred. The dead woman opened her eyes, her confusion melting into understanding as the flames danced around her, rekindling her life. The cries of grief transformed into gasps of shock, then joy. For every life restored, hope reignited. Aaron's power swept through the city, binding shattered lives back together, both physically and emotionally. He turned the tide of despair into hope. But the toll on him was monumental. Every life brought back siphoned a fraction of his essence. Even with the Phoenix Force sustaining him, his body began to tremble under the strain. Sweat poured down his face, and his breath came in ragged gasps. Jean's voice rang in his mind. "Aaron, you're pushing too far. You don't have to do it all at once." "No," he replied aloud, his voice strained but resolute. "Trust me. I got this. I need your help. Help those who are coming back to life to forget the moment of their death and stabilize their mind. I can't focus on two jobs at once. Help them, Jean." "All right," Jean responded softly as she used her psychic ability to alter the thoughts of everyone who came back to life, obscuring the details of their deaths and helping them stabilize their mind. As the last dead girl came back to life, Aaron let the power go, his body visibly exhausted. The golden flames around him faded, leaving only faint traces of their warmth lingering in the air. He blacked out for a moment and fell from the sky. Iron Man shot into the air and caught Aaron just before he hit the ground. The crowd erupted in cheers and applause. "Good work, kid. I've no idea what you did or how you did it. But you saved all of them." Aaron tried to smile, but the exhaustion kept his eyelids heavy. His brain was throbbing with pain, and he felt like he could sleep for the next few days. But when they landed, he managed to push back that exhaustion and looked around. The crowds of survivors and heroes were looking at him in awe. There was a brief moment of silence. The little girl from earlier ran up to him, her stuffed animal still clutched in her hand. "You saved everyone," she said, her voice trembling. "Even my mommy." Aaron knelt in front of her, his expression soft but weak. "You're safe now," he said, gently ruffling her hair. "That's all that matters." Behind him, the Avengers, X-Men, and other heroes gathered. Tony was the first to break the silence. "Well," he said, his voice tinged with awe and sarcasm, "that's one way to end a bad day." Jean walked to Aaron, her expression both proud and worried. "Aaron, you did it," she said softly. "You brought them back." He gave a faint smile. "I did what had to be done. Besides, I've had help." The city was silent, not in devastation but in reverence. The people stood still, watching Aaron as though he were a deity descended from the heavens. Whispers began to spread through the crowd. "Who is he? An angel? Is he a god?" The golden afterglow of the Phoenix Force still clung faintly to him, like a divine aura. Survivors, people who moments ago had been grieving over lost loved ones, knelt in gratitude. Some clasped their hands together, murmuring prayers of thanks. Others simply stared in awe, their minds struggling to comprehend what they had witnessed. It ain't every day one gets to see dead coming back to life. Jean's voice had reached only a few ears, but it was enough. The name passed from one person to another like wildfire. "Aaron. Aaron saved us. Thank you, Aaron." The whispers grew louder, converging into a chant that echoed through the streets. "Aaron. Aaron. Aaron." Aaron stood in the center of it all. He looked around, his expression conflicted. The gratitude, the reverence, it should have been comforting, but it wasn't. All he saw was a city of people who were looking at him as though he were some sort of savior. As if he were some sort of god. But he was no god. He was just a young man who wanted to live a peaceful life without any worries and maybe help out others every now and then. He raised a hand, his voice firm but kind. "Please," he said, addressing the crowd. "I'm not a god. I'm just someone trying to help." His words didn't have the intended effect. If anything, they seemed to strengthen the awe of those around him. A man stepped forward, his hands trembling as he held them out toward Aaron. "You brought my son back," he said, tears streaming down his face. He was gone, And now he's here. How can you say you're not a god? A woman joined him, holding a baby who had been revived from the rubble. You're a miracle, she whispered. A savior. Aaron took a step back, his mind racing. He felt Jean's presence beside him, her hand resting gently on his arm. She didn't say anything, but her expression spoke volumes. She was worried. Nick Fury watched the unfolding scene from a distance, his jaw tight. He turned to Natasha, his voice low. This isn't good. Natasha crossed her arms, her gaze fixed on Aaron. What do you expect, Fury? He just brought the dead back to life. People are going to see him as a god whether he likes it or not. Tony Stark, leaning heavily on his damaged suit, smirked weakly. Well, if he is a god, he's got terrible PR. Someone get him a press agent before this gets out of hand. Jean stepped forward, raising her voice to address the crowd. Aaron is not a god, she said firmly, her telepathic powers amplifying her words so that everyone could hear. He's a person, a hero, who did what he could to save lives. Just like all of us. She looked at the Avengers, X-Men, and emergency responders. We're all in this together. The crowd's murmurs quieted, but the reverence in their eyes didn't fade. Despite Jean's words, the story of Aaron's deeds began to spread far beyond the immediate survivors. News crews had captured everything: the golden flames, the miraculous resurrections, and the awestruck faces of those he saved. Within hours, Aaron's name trended worldwide. Social media exploded with hashtags: hashtag Aaron the Savior, hashtag DevlerGod, hashtag God Among Us. Religious leaders debated the implications of what they had seen. Scientists struggled to explain the phenomenon. Conspiracy theorists spun wild tales about his origins. Some speculated that he was an alien, others believed he was an ancient god reborn. In the shadows of the internet, a nascent cult began to form, calling itself the Children of Aaron. Their message was simple: Aaron was a divine being sent to guide humanity through its darkest times. Back to school, Aaron's room. Kurt teleported Aaron back to the school at the professor's request. Thanks, man. Aaron stumbled on his bed. Just need to catch a nap. I feel so exhausted. What happened? Kurt asked. Asked Jean. With that, he fell asleep. Aaron woke with a start, his breath catching in his throat. The exhaustion he felt moments ago was replaced by a sensation both familiar and disorienting. His room was gone, replaced by a surreal, otherworldly ambience. He recognized this place immediately. He was back in Lady Death's realm. Ah, crap. He sighed. Unlike before, the oppressive gloom had given way to an odd elegance. The skies, a swirling mix of black and deep purple, shimmered faintly with stars that seemed unervingly alive. The ground was smooth and cold beneath his feet, obsidian-like, reflecting faint ripples of silver light. Ahead of him stood an enormous spiral staircase, each step shimmering as though made of moonlight solidified. Aaron sighed, rubbing his temples. Not again. He glanced down at himself. His usual attire was intact, though faint traces of the golden glow from the Phoenix Force still lingered at his fingertips. The staircase before him seemed to tell him to go up. He hesitated, but a deep, sultry voice echoed from above. Are you coming, or do I have to fetch you myself, mortal? Aaron groaned. Fantastic. Shaking his head, he began climbing. Each step resonated faintly, the sound more like a heartbeat than stone meeting foot. As he climbed up, the air grew warmer, the stars brighter. At the top of the stairs, he found himself in a grand chamber. He looked back, but the stairs were gone. The room was immense, its walls decorated with intricate carvings of life, death, and everything in between. The centerpiece, however, was impossible to miss, a massive bed draped in deep black and crimson. Lying on her stomach, barely covered in flowing black silks that revealed more than they concealed, was Lady Death. Aaron stopped in his tracks, rolling his eyes at the sight before him. You really have a flair for the dramatic, don't you? Although he tried to act like he wasn't impressed, it was the opposite. The sight of a naked death goddess lying on a luxurious bed was certainly not something a mortal could witness every day. Lady Death smirked, her crimson lips curving in amusement. She propped herself up on her elbows, her piercing eyes locking onto him. And you, my dear Aaron, have a knack for disrupting the balance of existence. I thought we should talk. Aaron sighed, running a hand through his hair as he stepped forward cautiously. If this is about the whole reviving an entire city thing, I'm not sorry. I'd do it again. Lady Death's laughter rang out, low and melodic, echoing through the chamber. Oh, I know you would. That's why you intrigue me so much. Most mortals fear me, avoid me. You defy me. Again and again. Even now, you are not afraid of me. You are intrigued. Curious. And yet, you also know that I can end you in an instant. She rose from the bed, her body a vision of perfection. The thin black transparent robe slid down her body, exposing her big knockers and coochie. She walked toward him, her hips swaying with each step. Why is that, I wonder? Aaron felt his heart pounding as she approached, though whether it was from fear or something else, he couldn't say. Her scent, sweet yet musky, enveloped him, sending a shiver down his spine. But he felt a wave of excitement. She was beautiful. And she was coming closer. A weird and dangerous thought crossed his mind. Can I absorb her power? I don't know, he replied softly. Maybe it's because I'm crazy? He began to walk toward her without fear. He stopped before her. Their bodies were just a few inches apart. He could feel her cold aura. He was a bit taller than her. He looked at her eyes, then slowly lowered his gaze to her big melons, her smooth stomach, and finally, her coochie. Lady Death's voice broke his daydream. Well, like what you see? Yeah. He chuckled. You're quite the bold one, aren't you? Most men would be too scared to even think of doing what you just did. And here you are, looking at me as if I were some common harlot. She grinned, a faint amusement glimmering in her eyes. I could kill you where you stand, and you know it, mortal. But you won't. If you kill me, the phoenix within me will be unleashed, and that would be quite a pain in your butt. I'd like to think you're a reasonable goddess. She raised an eyebrow. So you think you can manipulate me by threatening to unleash the phoenix? He shrugged. Not really, but it is the truth, isn't it? If you kill me, the phoenix force will be set free, and all hell will break loose. It's in your best interest to keep me alive. Besides, you didn't bring me here to just talk about this, did you? Their souls belong to me. You stole from me. And now... She placed her right hand on his chest, her nails grazing his skin. You owe me a big compensation. Well, more than just one if we count the number of souls. Aaron's breath caught. The phoenix force within him flared protectively, the golden flames flickering around his body as if warding off her touch. He grabbed her hand without a care. Since he came this far, he might as well go for it. He then did something even Lady Death never expected. He pulled her close, so close that her melons pressed against his chest. His left arm was around her waist. What's your offer, O great goddess of death? Her eyes narrowed, and a dangerous smile spread across her face. Survive a night with me in bed, and I'll let you off the hook. If you can make me come, I'll even throw in a gift or two. But if you fail, well, your soul is mine. How does that sound? She licked his lips. Aaron felt the excitement and anticipation rise inside him. Oh my, what would happen of me? He grinned before kissing her on the lips. He shot his seed deep inside her mouth. She swallowed it greedily, sucking and licking every drop from his shaft. Then she sat up, wiping her mouth. So how did it feel, mortal? He panted, freaking incredible. But I'm not done yet. Aaron flipped her over, pushing her onto her back. He parted her legs, exposing her coochie. She lay there, waiting for him. He positioned himself between her thighs. Suddenly, she noticed something. A foreign presence trying to peek into her realm and something else from the man before her. Wait a second. She stopped him. What did you do? Huh? What? He looked at her, confused. What is this power of yours? You absorbed my death aura? How did you do that? Aren't you supposed to be omnipotent? Don't you know already? I am. But the ability to copy my power? This is something new. An ability to copy others' power and make it your own. This is very interesting. It seems like I was right. You are special, mortal. Aaron grinned. Now you can add pleasure to the list, right? She nodded, yes. But it's time for you to leave. She pushed him back, putting his clothes back on. I won't say anything about you copying my death aura. Consider it a gift for pleasuring me beyond my imagination. As for this session, we will continue this after you kill Thanos. She disappeared from his sight and appeared behind him and whispered in his ears. My coochie will be your reward. With that, she pushed Eren out of her realm. Maybe he is the one who might be able to free me from my eternal cosmic duties. Lady Death muttered to herself as she touched her lips, remembering his lips on her skin. Ah. So close. Damn, that watcher peeking into my realm. Whatever, no one will stand in my way of freedom. I'm sick of this mundane realm of the end. I yearn for. Eren's face flashed before her eyes. You need to become stronger if you want me. Thanos is just the beginning. The end is. Location: Unknown Island, Magneto's sanctuary. The island was a fortress of solitude, a utopia of Magneto's design. Its location was hidden by a combination of advanced technology and Magneto's unparalleled control over magnetic fields, ensuring that no satellite or radar could pinpoint its existence. Towering spires of gleaming metal punctuated the skyline, their seamless construction a testament to Magneto's mastery. Amidst this metallic haven, mutants trained in relative peace, far from the oppression they faced in the human world. In the central chamber of his citadel, Magneto stood before a massive monitor wall. The screens displayed news footage from across the globe, each one looping the same event, the miraculous resurrection of the dead in New York. Reporters spoke in tones of awe and disbelief, replaying images of Eren descending from the sky, wreathed in golden flames. Magneto's sharp eyes narrowed as he studied the scene. His hands, clasped behind his back, clenched tightly. The metallic floor beneath his boots rippled slightly, responding to his simmering emotions. Eren, he murmured, the name carrying a mixture of curiosity and disdain. A mutant wielding such power, or perhaps something more. Our intel on him was wrong. He played really well and hid his power. Mystique entered the room, her blue form gliding with predatory grace. She leaned casually against the pillar, her yellow eyes fixed on the screen. So, she said, her voice tinged with amusement, the humans have a new messiah. And they're already building him a throne. And he played us well. Magneto turned his gaze to her, his expression unreadable. Not a messiah, he corrected. A weapon. One they don't yet understand. But they will. And when they do, they'll turn on him, just as they've turned on every other being who's dared to rise above them. Mystique tilted her head. Do you really think he's one of us? Or something else entirely? That remains to be seen, Magneto replied. He walked toward the nearest window, looking out over the island's expanse. But his actions cannot be ignored. He demonstrated the power to bring the dead back to life, a feat that not even the most gifted mutants have achieved. And yet he does not seize control, does not claim his rightful place as a leader. He denies his strength, squandering it to win the affection of the humans. Mystique smirked. Sounds familiar. Magneto shot her a warning glance, but her grin only widened. Relax, Eric. I'm on your side. I just find it amusing how history repeats itself. His voice dropped to a dangerous tone. This is no time for amusement, Raven. The balance of power has shifted. Eren's emergence will embolden the humans. They'll see him as a sign that their survival against greater threats, mutants, extraterrestrials, gods, depends on controlling power like his. They'll seek to weaponize him, or destroy him if they cannot. And what's our play? Mystique asked, folding her arms. Recruit him? Take him out before they do. Magneto's lips curled into a faint, enigmatic smile. Neither for now. First, we observe. Let the humans fawn over their new savior. Let Eren bask in their gratitude. When they inevitably betray him, he will see the truth of their nature. And when that moment comes, we will be there. A voice interrupted from the shadows. And if he doesn't fall to their betrayals? If he stays their champion? Magneto turned to find Wanda emerging out of thin air, her eyes glowing with red light. The Scarlet Witch. As her crimson eyes dimmed to reveal her natural gaze, Wanda's expression softened. You've always believed humans would betray their saviors. But not everyone is you, Father. The word father hung in the air, heavy with layers of meaning. Mystique arched a brow but said nothing. She walked out, leaving the two alone. Years earlier, the streets of Sokovia were thick with smoke and chaos. Bombs had reduced houses to rubble, and cries of the wounded filled the air. In the ruins of their family home, two children huddled. Wanda Maximoff was just 10 years old and held her twin brother Pietro's hand as they gazed at the unexploded Stark Industries shell lodged in the floor. "We wait here," Wanda whispered, trying to mimic the calmness their mother had always shown. "Don't move. They'll come for us." "They're gone," Pietro said, his voice trembling. "Mama and Papa, no." Wanda interrupted sharply. "They'll come back. We just have to wait." Hours became days. Hunger ate at their insides, but fear kept them in place. Then the sound of heavy boots echoed through the ruins, and the children froze. Men in tactical gear, with helmets obscuring their faces, entered the wreckage. "They're alive," one of them said with his voice cold and detached. "Bag them. Hydra wants fresh subjects." The children were dragged screaming and kicking from their home. In the distance, smoke and fire obscured the skyline and erased what little was left of their world. The scientists took them to a secret facility and experimented on them, trying to test their resilience and probe their minds. Wanda screamed in sterile halls as they made her witness her brother undergoing brutal tests. For months, the twins endured, their will to survive being their only armor against the horrors inflicted on them. It was in this hellish place that Wanda first felt the stirrings of her powers. Her emotions, raw and uncontrollable, began to manifest in strange ways, objects moving without touch, lights flickering with her anger. The Hydra scientists took notice, pushing her harder in their experiments. And then one night, the fortress walls trembled. The attack came without warning. Hydra agents scrambled to respond as the ground beneath the facility quaked. Alarms blared, and the building's metallic structure groaned as if alive. In the chaos, Wanda and Pietro huddled in their combined cell, witnessing how the steel bars twisted and killed those who tortured them. Out of the smoke and fire came a red and purple-clad figure, and a helmet covering his head. His open hands commanded the metal, bending it to his own will. The guards opened fire, but their bullets never reached their target. Magneto's hand flicked, and the projectile shot back and pierced through those agents, killing them instantly. The Hydra agents' weapons were ripped from their hands and crushed into useless scraps. With another gesture, Magneto used those scrap metals to form hundreds of metal-sharp shards. He simply shot them at the agents, killing them effortlessly. Reaching the twins, he knelt to meet their terrified gazes. "You're safe now," he said, his voice low but firm. "I'm here to take you away from this place." Wanda clung to Pietro, her wide eyes filled with both fear and awe. "Who are you?" she whispered. "A friend," Magneto replied. His eyes softened as he looked at them, seeing echoes of his own past, his family torn apart, his childhood stolen by cruelty. And someone who knows what it's like to lose everything. He led them out of the facility, his power shielding them from the chaos of his attack. When they got out of that facility, the Hydra base lay in ruins, its dark secrets buried beneath the rubble. He took the twins to a safe haven, a remote cabin where they could recover. Pietro healed quickly, his youthful energy defying the trauma he had endured. Wanda, however, remained withdrawn, her newfound powers manifesting in bursts of uncontrollable energy. "You have a gift," Magneto told her one evening as they sat by the fire. "But it's dangerous to let it control you. You must learn to wield it, to bend it to your will." "I didn't ask for this," Wanda said, her voice trembling. "I just want my family back." Magneto's gaze darkened, shadows playing across his face. "We don't get to choose the hand we're dealt, Wanda. But we can choose how we use it. The world won't be kind to you because of what you are. You must be stronger than it." Over time, a bond formed between them. Magneto became a mentor and a father figure to the twins. He taught them to harness their abilities with the help of other mutants. For Wanda, his lessons were harsh but necessary. He saw her potential and pushed her to embrace it, knowing that her power could one day surpass his own. Yet, despite his efforts, Wanda sensed a distance in him, a barrier he had built around his heart. Magneto watched Mystique go, then returned his attention to Wanda. His voice was cold and controlled. "Only time will tell, my child. But I have seen many heroes rise and fall, their dreams of a better world crushed beneath the boots of oppression and fear. Even those with the best intentions are swayed by the weight of their own power. Humanity has no capacity for greatness. Their fate was sealed the moment they learned of Aaron's resurrection powers. They will destroy themselves eventually, one way or another." Wanda frowned at the venom in his words, but she could not refute his argument. For as long as she had known him, Magneto had always spoken of the human race with disdain. His belief that they were inherently predisposed to violence, bigotry, and hatred had never changed. He saw them as a threat to be contained, to be kept at bay from mutants, the true inheritors of the world. He walked to a table where a chessboard lay, its pieces arranged in midgame. "Come," he said. "Play with me." Wanda came to his side and sat down. She studied the board for a moment, then moved a pawn. "You play chess like you live your life," she remarked. "Always 5 steps ahead, always ready to sacrifice pieces to achieve your goal." "It's a game of strategy," Magneto replied, moving his own piece. "And the goal is to win. What happens when there's no opponent left?" She countered, capturing his knight. "No one to challenge your will. What will you do then?" Magneto studied the board, his expression unreadable. "There will always be someone to challenge my will, Wanda. That is the nature of conflict. One side always rises, and another falls. And I intend to make sure it's never me." His hand hovered over a rook, then he moved it instead to capture Wanda's bishop. "Checkmate," he said with a slight smile. "Never let sentiment distract you from victory." Wanda nodded, acknowledging her defeat. But as she looked up at him, she saw the faintest trace of sadness in his eyes. It was a glimpse of the man he had once been, a man who had known love and loss and carried the scars of both. "What about Jean Grey?" she asked suddenly. "You found anyone who can take her on? You have wasted too many resources just to get a hold of her and failed over and over again. You even failed to find Quintavious Squire. Perhaps I should give it a try." "She is powerful," Magneto conceded. "But so are you, Wanda. Your potential has yet to be fully realized. Once it is, no one will stand in our way." Wanda met his gaze, her expression unreadable. "How long are you going to give that excuse to keep me here?" Magneto raised his eyes and looked at her. "Yes. I can read your thoughts," Wanda said with a cold smile. "I can read them all, but I respect you enough not to pry into them. So how long, Father? How long will you keep me locked up here, away from the world, away from the humans?" "Until I know you can control your powers," Magneto replied evenly. "Your emotions are tied to your abilities, Wanda. They make you unpredictable, dangerous. I already lost my family. I won't lose you and Pietro. But I guess you already knew what's in here." He tapped his forehead. "Couldn't you just trust me once?" "I'm not a little girl anymore," Wanda said, standing up. "I can take care of myself. And I won't lose control like that again." Magneto watched her walk away. As she reached the doorway, he said softly, "Fine. Go. Forget Jean. I want you to focus on Aaron. All the information we have on him is useless at this point. Investigate him. Find his weakness, strength, or any information that will help us understand his powers or his character. I want to know everything about him. And be careful out there." "I'll try," Wanda said, walking out. The space around her began to ripple, and she disappeared into thin air. Magneto stared at the doorway, his expression unreadable. Then, he turned to look at the chessboard, his eyes fixed on the white queen. It was a beautiful piece, carved from ivory and polished to a gleaming finish. He lifted it from its place and held it in his hand, admiring the craftsmanship. Then he rearranged the pieces on the board and moved them back to how they were before Wanda played. "The pawns are in place." He smiled and took the tiny device that was stuck at the back of his earlobe and placed it on the table. It was a special device created by a certain someone who has high-level technology skills. It prevents the user from revealing his thoughts and masking them with fake ones. It works only on telepaths below Omega level. But for Wanda, who has barely scratched the surface of her real power, it was enough to mislead her. The bishops are ready. The knights are ready to ride. But to win a war, he took the queen. You have to sacrifice everything, even if it means losing your queen. He placed the white queen in front of the black king and sighed. "I'm sorry, Wanda, but it has to be done." Magneto took out his phone and dialed a private number. After a few rings, an eerie female voice answered, "Yes." "It's time," Magneto said. "Pietro must die by Aaron's hands. Do whatever it takes to ensure it happens." "Consider it done," the voice replied. "But you sure it's necessary?" "It's the only way to help Wanda unlock her true potential. Pietro's death will awaken her latent power, making her an unstoppable force. She'll become our greatest weapon against humanity, and once chaos unfolds, you'll capture Rogue and bring her to me, Magneto said with a smirk as he disconnected the call. Control room. Mystique sat in the control room. She kept an eye on Eric for some time now after noticing a change in him. She stared at the screen as Magneto's conversation replayed in her mind. Pietro must die. The words churned in her gut like poison. She had known Eric for years, had followed him through the darkest of paths. But this was different. She leaned back in her chair, her fingers drumming softly against the console. For as long as she'd been by his side, she trusted his judgment, and believed in his vision of a mutant future. But sacrificing Pietro? A child she'd watched grow, a young man who still carried fragments of innocence in a world that had stripped them of so much? It was unthinkable. Mystique's fingers hovered over the console keys. The network system gave her access to everything. Communications, plans, files. Even hidden files Magneto thought no one else could reach. She tapped a few keys, bringing up encrypted logs of recent activity. If she was going to act, she needed to understand the full scope of Magneto's plans. As she sifted through the data, Mystique couldn't shake the feeling that Eric had been spiraling for some time now. The old Magneto, the one she had followed without hesitation, had a purpose, a fire that burned with clarity and conviction. But this Eric? He seemed consumed by desperation, a man willing to destroy everything, even his own people, to achieve his goals. She opened a secured file. It contained a secured mail sent by someone through an untraceable channel. Wanda's awakening. Trigger required. Significant personal loss. Mystique felt her stomach twist. He wasn't just planning Pietro's death. He was orchestrating it to manipulate Wanda, to weaponize her grief, and to unleash the chaos he so desperately needed. Her fist clenched. This wasn't the way. It couldn't be. She tried to track the sender, but failed. Whoever sent the message must know Wanda's power. So it's either someone who can sense or see the latent power or someone very familiar with Wanda, like Hydra, who performed countless experiments on her before. Could it be? Mystique's eyes widened at the thought. But what does he want with Rogue? She stood up and began walking around the room, the weight of the choice pressing down on her. If she stayed silent and allowed Magneto's plan to unfold, Pietro would die, and Wanda would be broken in a way that could never be undone. But if she acted against Eric, she risked everything: his wrath, her position, the fragile unity of their cause. She thought of Pietro, his cocky grin and unyielding loyalty to his family. She thought of Wanda, struggling under the weight of expectations and the power she barely understood. Then there was Rogue. Mystique remembered that lonely girl, who always kept her distance from others in fear of hurting them due to her power. Sigh. And then she thought of Magneto, the man she had once admired but now barely recognized. Taking a deep breath, Mystique made her decision. She would not let Pietro die. Mystique knew she couldn't confront Magneto directly. He was too powerful, too deeply entrenched in his own narrative. So the only one who came to her mind was Charles. After all, it was Charles who taught her how to use her powers, who showed her to use her power for something productive. If anyone could stop Eric, it was him. I need to get out of this island. 1 week later. It's been 1 week since the attack on New York. At present, I can finally kiss my dream of a peaceful and fun life goodbye. I can't take it anymore. Between the crowd outside the school chanting my name and the endless barrage of interviews I refuse to attend, my head is about to explode. Jean keeps reminding me to stay calm, but who the hell can stay calm with those cult followers swarming outside? I can't possibly brainwash them all. The Phoenix Force, the so-called cosmic gift, has ruined any chance of normalcy I had left. And it's not just the outsiders. The students at the school act like I'm a demigod walking among mortals. Jubilee won't crack a joke, Pixie trying too hard to act like I don't exist, and even Logan, of all people, keeps his usual snark to himself. It's suffocating. Jean says it's because they're afraid of me. They saw what I could do. But I didn't have a choice back then. I had to save them. I didn't think things through. It just happened. Oh, the date with Gwen was also cancelled because the place we were supposed to meet was destroyed. My new house was also destroyed. Then to make things worse, freaking cults. Those insane retards are making cults and calling themselves Children of Aaron. I'm like, what the hell? Not to mention the constant rants of God and Savior, Messenger of God. Finally, there was Lady Death, Her obsession with me was kinda hot but dangerous. Heck, at this point, I don't even want to use the Phoenix Force again. As for S.H.I.E.L.D., well, I have no idea. I haven't met anyone so far. Sigh. All in all, my life has become a living hell. Even if I could somehow get some peace and quiet, I know that I am going to hear the same shit again. So much for my peaceful life. I opened my palm and summoned the new power I absorbed from her. It's like a purple flame with a black mist, swirling around. It's easy to control for now, and it's freaking cold. Even with my ice power, I could feel the chill that the flame gave off. Lady Death called it Death Aura. And I'm pretty sure I don't have to explain what it does. Well, I wanted to test it out anyway. So, I took a bottle and placed it on the desk. Alright, here we go, I said to myself as I extended my palm, covered in Death Aura, and just like Phoenix Force, it came so naturally. I fired it toward the bottle. The bottle immediately disintegrated. What the? I blinked, watching the dust disperse. I wasn't expecting it to work on non-living things, considering its name. It was freaking OP Hakai. I said jokingly while disintegrating the wall clock. I'm pretty sure there is that smirk on my face right now. I wonder how powerful I am now. This is actually kind of exciting. I walked to the window and peeked outside. Yeah, those annoying cultists are swarming around the school even in the middle of the night. Dang. Just go away. My eyes land on the small mirror by the dresser. Azazel's ability, right? I roll my shoulders, letting the familiar sensation of his shape-shifting powers spread through me. My face shifts, my features melting into something unrecognizable. Green eyes instead of brown, shorter hair, broader jawline. By the time I'm done, I look like someone who could blend into a crowd without a second glance. Perfect. Next, teleportation. Azazel's power is straightforward and efficient. A crackling noise fills the room as a faint red glow envelopes me. I picture the nearest subway station in my head. One hop, and I'm out. When I land, it's cold, damp, and empty. The hum of fluorescent lights echoes faintly. The platform is deserted, just as I hoped. No fanatics, no reporters, no curious people. Just silence. I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding. Finally. The faint glow of a flickering streetlight looked kinda ominous, you know, from those horror movies, and the air was cold. I know I have power. Just for today, I want to feel it all. I just want to take a walk. The area was eerily quiet, the kind of quiet that follows devastation. The city was still recovering from the Chitauri attack. The scars of that battle stretched across every block, visible in the collapsed buildings, half-cleared rubble, and the towering cranes working through the night. The streets were lined with temporary barricades and construction equipment. Makeshift scaffolding clung to the remains of buildings, their skeletal frameworks reaching out toward the sky. A few construction crews were still working despite the late hour, their floodlights casting long shadows across the debris. As I walked, I noticed several pop-up shops set up in the cleared areas. They were nothing fancy, just a few carts and tents selling hot drinks, basic supplies, and whatever goods their owners could salvage. One shop had a hand-painted sign reading, "Hot coffee and sandwiches, pay what you can." The aroma of brewing coffee mingled with the faint scent of ash and dust that lingered in the air. A middle-aged vendor with graying hair stood behind one of the carts, pouring coffee for a couple of construction workers. They looked as tired as I felt, their faces streaked with grime and exhaustion. The vendor glanced up as I approached, his eyes narrowing briefly before softening. He must have noticed something familiar about me. Sigh. Nah, I'm just being paranoid. He gave me a nod and gestured to his cart. Coffee? Sandwich. His voice was rough, but there was kindness in his tone. I hesitated for a moment before nodding. Coffee. Black. He poured the steaming liquid into a chipped mug and handed it to me. Rough night. Something like that, I muttered, wrapping my hands around the mug. The warmth seeped into my fingers, a stark contrast to the chill of the death aura still lingering in my mind. I paid the guy. The vendor studied me for a second. You one of those volunteers? The ones helping clean up after, you know. I shook my head. No, just passing through. He grunted in understanding. Well, whatever brings you here, stay safe. City's still dangerous at night, especially with all the weird stuff going on. Thanks. I sipped the coffee, the bitterness grounding me in the moment. As I stood there, a low rumble reached my ears, a distant sound of heavy machinery, likely the cranes clearing debris. But beneath it, I caught something else. Voices. Angry, desperate, and far too close for comfort. I turned my head slightly, my senses sharpening. Around the corner, a group of people was arguing, their words harsh and frantic. I couldn't make out everything, but one phrase stood out. Children of Aaron. I felt my stomach twist. Not here too. I set the coffee down on the cart and muttered a quick thanks to the vendor before heading toward the voices, keeping to the shadows. Peeking around the corner, I saw a small group of people huddled together, their faces lit by the glow of a makeshift altar. At its center was a crude drawing of me. My face, surrounded by flames, with the words Savior of Mankind, scrawled beneath it in what looked like red paint, or worse. One of them, a woman with wild eyes and a tattered coat, was speaking fervently. He's our hope, our guide. Aaron will lead us to salvation. We must spread his word. Another person, a younger man, seemed less convinced. But what if he doesn't want this? What if? The woman cut him off, her voice rising. It doesn't matter what he wants. It's what the world needs. I felt a headache brewing. This was beyond ridiculous. These people didn't know me, didn't know the chaos I was barely holding together. And yet, here they were, building shrines and chanting my name. I stepped into the light, my altered appearance shielding me from immediate recognition. What the hell are you all doing? I asked, my voice sharp. They froze, their heads snapping toward me. The woman's eyes narrowed. Who are you to question our faith? I'm just someone who thinks worshipping a random stranger in the middle of a ruined city is a terrible idea, I shot back. The younger man hesitated, looking between me and the woman. Maybe he's right. Maybe we're... Silence, the woman barked, her fervor intensifying. Aaron's power is undeniable. You've seen what he can do. I used my telepathy to send them back home. Go home. I said with a commanding tone. They stared at me with wide eyes before nodding and walking away. I let out a breath and left the area. I walked further down the cracked sidewalk. My stomach growled audibly. Ah. I missed the dinner. Hee. I did not even realize how hungry I was. The coffee earlier had taken the edge off, but I needed something solid. Burger, sandwiches, Coke, chips. I looked around. I'm gonna eat some cheap junk food tonight. On the right, near a construction site, was one of the pop-up food carts. Alrighty. The vendor was a young woman in her late 20s, dressed in a very thick jacket with a hood pulled up. A small sign on her cart in handwritten letters was stuck across the front. Hot sandwiches, freshly made. She looked up as I approached. From her expression, she looked tired but gave a sincere smile. What can I get for you? She asked, her voice laced with the weariness of someone who'd been on her feet all day. 2 sandwiches. The big ones, I said, pulling out some cash. Anything specific? She asked, reaching for the bread. Surprise me, I replied with a small shrug. She nodded and got to work, her hands moving deftly as she layered ingredients and pressed them on a small portable grill. The smell of melting cheese and toasting bread was heavenly. After a few minutes, she handed over 2 neatly wrapped sandwiches. Here you go. Stay safe out there. Thanks, I muttered, tucking the sandwiches into my jacket, then paid and walked away. The warmth and flavor hit me as I bit into the first one. Oh, it tastes freaking good. It was simple, ham and cheese with a hint of mustard, but it might as well have been a gourmet meal considering how hungry I was. The streets were silent except for the distant rumbles of machinery or sometimes a car passing by. I should take more night walks from now on. So peaceful, except for those freaking cultists and the posters. The city had always been a mix of chaos and resilience, and now it was holding its breath as if waiting for something to happen. From what I heard, Manhattan suffered the most damage while Brooklyn suffered very little. Mid-bite into the second sandwich, I noticed movement ahead. A scruffy, thin dog with matted fur was rummaging through a pile of debris. A Goldie. It looked thin and dirty, but there was a collar on the guy's neck. Someone abandoned the poor guy. I can understand if there were any death out there, but I did bring everyone dead back to life. So why the hell did they abandon their pet to die on the street? Let me check your memories a bit. Well, money problem, and the family moved elsewhere leaving the guy here. The poor thing looked like it hadn't had a decent meal in days. I slowed my pace and crouched down a few feet away, tearing off a chunk of the sandwich. "Hey buddy," I called softly, holding the food out in front of me. The dog froze, its ears twitching as it looked up at me with wary eyes. It took a careful step forward, then another, sniffing the air cautiously. When it was close enough, it quickly snatched the piece of sandwich from my hand and retreated a few steps to devour it. "Hungry, huh?" I murmured, tearing off another piece. This time, the dog approached more quickly, its tail wagging ever so slightly. It grabbed the second piece and stayed closer, its eyes darting between me and the sandwich in my hand. After a few more bites shared between us, the dog seemed to relax, sitting a few feet away and watching me with a curious tilt of its head. I finished the rest of the sandwich and dusted off my hands. "I gotta get going, pal," I said, patting the dog on the head as one last goodbye. "But let me heal you." I didn't want to use the Phoenix Force, so I just transferred the healing factor to the doggy, and he looked pretty much all healthy and energetic. Well, a nice little bath would be good for him too. The dog yipped once and trotted toward me, tail wagging. I hesitated for a moment, then reached out and gently scratched behind its ears. The dog leaned into my touch, its fur soft and warm. "That's a golden retriever for you." Haha. It was funny how quickly things could change. 1 minute, you're fighting aliens and saving the world, almost freaking death, and the next, you're sharing a sandwich with a stray dog. "I've gotta go, buddy," I said, giving the dog one last pat on the head. "You take care of yourself, okay?" The dog tilted its head again, then licked my hand and trotted off down the street. I watched it go, then turned and headed toward May's orphanage. I wonder if that place is all right or not. Those kids might be having a hard time. But I stopped after walking for a few minutes. Sigh. I looked back and saw the Goldie following me. "What are you doing?" I asked. "Woof." He barked. "You can't follow me, you know." The dog yipped again and sat down, staring at me intently. His tail was wagging too much. "I don't have time for this," I muttered, continuing on my way. A few seconds later, the soft patter of paws behind me told me that the dog was still following. "Hey. Shoo." I tried to scare him away, but he didn't budge. "Go away." I tried to shoo him away with my hands, but he just stayed where he was. Woof. Woof. I finally gave up and walked away, shaking my head. The dog kept pace beside me, his tongue lolling out as he trotted along. We walked in silence for a few blocks, the night air cool and quiet around us. After a while, the dog let out a loud yawn and stretched out his legs before continuing to follow me. I looked at him and sighed. "Fine. You can come along for now. But only until I find you a home, okay? Don't get too attached." The dog barked again, its tail wagging excitedly. I couldn't help but smile a little. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad having a companion for the night. "All right then," I said, looking around. "Let's get going." I walked towards the park, the faint glow of campfires and makeshift lanterns illuminating clusters of children huddled in blankets. The building across the street, May's orphanage, seemed a hollowed-out shell. Windows shattered, walls cracked, and parts of the roof completely caved in. Even the sign, once painted cheerfully, was hanging by one chain, swinging in the cold breeze. The dog, my unexpected companion, trotted ahead, wagging his tail as if this were just another adventure. I stopped by the edge of the park, leaning against a tree to take in the scene. May was there, her figure illuminated by the flickering flames. She was wrapped in a worn coat, kneeling beside a child who looked no older than 6. Her face carried exhaustion, but also the determination of someone who refused to give up. That was May for you. But something wasn't right. It had been a week since the damage occurred, and not a single crane or truck was in sight. The city wasn't perfect, sure, but for a place like this, an orphanage, someone should have stepped up by now. I've donated enough money, so they shouldn't have a money problem. That money should have been enough to rebuild the entire building and provide for these kids for months. Besides, I heard the government had announced that they are taking care of the orphanages and old-age homes. So why the hell were they still living in tents? I stayed in the shadows, watching. The dog sat beside me, his head tilted as if sensing my unease. I crouched down, scratching behind his ears absently while I thought. "Something's not adding up," I muttered under my breath. May straightened up, her voice carrying over to me as she addressed the children. "All right, everyone, It's time to settle in. We've got another cold night ahead, but we'll get through it, just like we always do. The kids nodded, though their faces betrayed their worry. Some clutched stuffed animals, others shared blankets, trying to stay warm. My stomach twisted. These kids deserved better. I decided to get closer. The dogs started to follow, but I held up a hand. "Stay," I whispered. To my surprise, he actually listened, sitting down obediently. Good Goldie. I stepped out of the shadows and into the light of the campfire. May noticed me immediately, her eyes narrowing slightly in suspicion. "Can I help you?" she asked, standing up and shielding the child behind her instinctively. "Hey," I said, keeping my voice calm and casual. "I was just passing by and saw, well, this. What happened? Why isn't anyone helping?" Her expression softened slightly, but her eyes remained guarded. "The building was damaged during the attack last week. We've been waiting for the city to send someone, but—" She trailed off, glancing back at the orphanage. "As you can see." "That's strange," I said, frowning. "I thought there were relief funds set up for situations like this." "There are," she replied, her voice tight. "But every time I call, I get the runaround. They say the paperwork's still being processed or that they're prioritizing other areas. I don't know what else to do. I even tried to take out the donation funds that we receive from the bank, but they are saying they have some problems on their ends and with the damages and all. So I couldn't take it out." I felt a surge of anger rise in me. What the hell is going on? Those corrupted motherschmuckers. I'm gonna kill them all. And those government bastards, spreading false news and hope just to get votes. They are gonna pay. "How much do you need?" I asked, stepping forward. "I can help." May shook her head quickly, taking a step back. "No, that's not necessary. It's fine. We're managing." I sighed, running a hand through my hair. "This is awkward." "Hey, May." A familiar voice came from behind. I turned around and saw a blonde girl in a black jacket standing a few feet away, her expression guarded. "Oh, Gwen," May said, looking relieved. "So that's Gwen. Dang. Nebula messing up our date. Anyway, let's focus on the current situation." Gwen bought 3 bags, 1 on her back and 2 on both hands. "Here. I managed to get these from the supermarket, or more like super trucks," she said, handing the bags over. "It's not much, but it's better than nothing." "Thank you, Gwen," May said, taking the bags and placing them near the rest of the supplies. Gwen nodded, then finally turned toward me. Her expression was unreadable. "Hey," I said, giving a small wave. "Hello," Gwen narrowed her eyes. Although I changed my appearance, I kept my voice the same. Then she quickly recognized my voice. "Wait. You are?" "That's me. Our date's gonna have to wait till things get back to normal," I said with a little smile. As much as I'd like to peek into her head, I decided not to. I could just tell from her reaction that she wasn't expecting me to know her because back then she was in her ghost spider suit and now she is in her civilian clothing. We. She stuttered. Her face was turning red. "Heh. You look cute when you're flustered. So, you are helping out here, huh? That's good to see," I said, looking around the campsite. "It seems I've come at the right time." She cleared her throat, trying to regain her composure. Yeah. I've been helping out as much as I can." "Oh, when are you dating this young man?" May asked, looking between us with a mischievous smile. "No. I mean, we've met before, but we haven't been on a date yet," Gwen said, shaking her head quickly. "What a shame. You should give him a chance. He seems nice." "Thanks, May," I said with a slight chuckle. "Well, I'm glad you're here, Gwen. Tell you what, how about I lend you a hand? I can't possibly let them sleep out in this cold again. What do you say?" "Yeah, okay," Gwen replied after a moment of hesitation. She looked kinda distant now. I mean, it's not like we are that close, but still, I could feel it in her voice. I guess all that god rants and cults about me must be confusing the shit out of her. Great. Let's get started. "So, what are you going to do?" she asked. "You rich or something? If so, some blankets and food would be very helpful." The kids were hungry and tired, and all I could get was some snacks and juice. "It won't be enough for everyone here." May interrupted her. Now, Gwen. That's not how you should talk to someone who just offered to help us." "Sorry," she apologized, lowering her head in embarrassment. It's just that. It's all right. Don't worry about it, I said, giving a small wave of dismissal. I'm filthy rich and powerful. Let me show you something fun. I cracked my knuckles as Gwen May, and the kids stared at me, puzzled. All right, everyone, stand back. Things are about to get a little shiny. Gwen folded her arms skeptically, her eyebrow raised. Shiny, she repeated. I grinned at her but turned my attention to the crumbling shell of the orphanage. I took a deep breath, reaching out to the cosmic power. I can't avoid using this power anymore. So, let's go all out. No more holding back. The Phoenix Force flared in response, a warm, vibrant presence ready to manifest at my command. Here we go, I muttered under my breath, raising my hands. A golden glow erupted from me, bright and warm as sunlight on a summer's day. Gasps echoed from behind as the kids clung to May, who instinctively stepped back. Gwen's skeptical expression faltered, her eyes wide as the air around us shimmered. The broken building groaned as tendrils of radiant energy snaked toward it, wrapping around the shattered windows and cracked walls like golden vines. I can manipulate matter to repair or rebuild objects and structures, whether organic or inorganic. Bricks began to mend themselves, fitting together like pieces of an intricate puzzle. The shattered windows reformed, the glass smoothing out and gleaming as if freshly installed. The collapsed sections of the roof lifted, beams were realigned, and tiles fell into place. Holy shit, Gwen muttered, her voice barely audible over the hum of energy in the air. I couldn't help but smirk at her reaction. The orphanage wasn't just being repaired, it was being transformed. The peeling paint was replaced with a vibrant coat of warm yellow, accented with white trim. The sagging front steps straightened, now polished and sturdy. Everything that was destroyed inside, I made sure to fix them. I added a little extra flair, a garden in front with colorful flowers that seemed to bloom instantly under the Phoenix's touch. The kids watched in awe, their fear melting into excitement. A few of them clapped, and one even tugged on May's coat, pointing excitedly at the newly restored building. As the last golden thread of energy dissipated, I lowered my hands and exhaled, feeling a pleasant hum of satisfaction. The orphanage now stood tall and proud, looking even better than it probably had in its prime. May's mouth opened and closed as she struggled to find words. Finally, she managed, How did you? I'm just a guy with a knack for fixing things, I said, stretching my arms. I thought it would be exhausting, but nope. I'm all right. It would seem the more I use this power, the better it gets. Gwen stepped forward, her face a mix of astonishment and suspicion. You just rebuilt an entire building, she said, gesturing wildly. Yup. Told you I was powerful, I said casually. And filthy rich, I added with a chuckle. The golden retriever, who had been sitting obediently nearby, barked and wagged his tail, clearly approving of my work. May finally found her voice. This is incredible, she said, tears glistening in her eyes. I don't know how to thank you. Don't worry about it, I replied, waving her off. Just take care of the kids. Make sure they're warm and fed. That's thanks enough for me. Gwen stepped closer, her voice low. Teleportation, ice, telekinesis. Then you bring those people back to life. Heck, you can even change your face. And now this. You're not normal, are you? I grinned. Define normal. She shook her head, clearly at a loss. You're something else, that's for sure. Glad you noticed. I turned to the kids, who were now gathering around, their excitement palpable. All right, everyone. You've got a brand new home. Go in and take some rest. I will get some blankets and food in a jiffy, okay? May took the kids inside the newly repaired orphanage, as Gwen and I stayed outside. So, how are you enjoying your new life? Gwen teased. Aaron, the god. And lucky for you, you even got ready-made children. Children of Aaron. Sounds good, huh? Aaronites. Ah. Come on. I locked myself in my room for a week, thanks to them. Sigh. Those annoying cultists are everywhere. I just wanted to help and used my power, nothing more, nothing less. But look at the mess now. You brought those people back to life. So, how do you exactly expect others to react to that? You hold the power of life and death in your hands, man. To some you are God, and to some, you are the devil himself. Heck, Even I was kinda shocked when I saw those broken and mutilated bodies healing themselves and coming back to life. You can't possibly blame them for going overboard. They just wanted to worship you or get rid of you, Gwen explained. They're welcome to try, I muttered, rolling my eyes. I've had a few run-ins with the local cult already, and it's not fun. I should have worn a mask like you back then. Anyway, let's forget about them and focus on the present, shall we? Speaking of that, how did you know my identity? She asked. I can also read minds. Back on the roof, I couldn't help but take a peek, sorry about that. I shouldn't have read your mind without your permission. But other than your face and identity, I didn't see anything else. I promise, I replied, my voice soft. I couldn't possibly say that I am from another world where this entire world is comic book pages. It's fine. I guess. I mean, it's not like you're doing it on purpose, right? She said before shifting her attention toward the dog. She bent down and patted its head. The dog gave out a happy bark. Yup. I didn't do it on purpose, I said, looking at the dog. So, is the supermarket still open? I saw them setting up things in their giant trucks. Yeah, they're still open. Wanna come with me? I might need a hand carrying food and blankets, I said. Sure, she replied. And so, Gwen and I made our way to the supermarket while chatting along the way. Nidavellir, the forge was a flurry of activity. Sparks flew as hammers struck enchanted metal, the clang reverberating through the immense halls of the star-powered forge. The dwarves, their faces grim and strained, worked tirelessly under the watchful eyes of the Black Order. Ebony Maw hovered nearby, his expression one of smug satisfaction, while Corvus Glaive paced impatiently, his sharp glaive glinting ominously in the dim light. The gauntlet was nearing completion, its surface gleaming with an otherworldly sheen that reflected the immense power it was destined to contain. Every rune, every groove was meticulously etched, a masterpiece crafted under duress. Eitri, the Dwarf King, stood at the anvil, his massive hands trembling as he shaped the final pieces. You are fortunate, dwarf, Ebony Maw drawled, his voice as silken as a predator's hiss, to be chosen for such a monumental task. Your work will go down in history, remembered for eons as the instrument of balance. Eitri's jaw tightened, but he said nothing, his focus remaining on his work. He knew better than to defy the Black Order, not when the stakes were so high. Suddenly, a shadow loomed across the forge as the air grew heavy with the presence of the Mad Titan himself. Thanos stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the work in progress. His imposing figure seemed to darken the very light of the forge, his expression unreadable but commanding absolute silence. Progress, he asked, his voice deep and resonant, sending a shiver through everyone present. Ebony Maw bowed low, gesturing to the half-finished gauntlet. 60% complete, my lord. The Dwarf King is ensuring perfection. Thanos approached the gauntlet, his massive hand reaching out to trace the runes. He nodded slightly, his approval evident in the subtle upward curve of his lips. Good. But perfection cannot afford delays. See that it is done without error or excuse. Of course, my lord, Maw replied, stepping back with a deferential bow. As Thanos turned, a subtle flicker in the corner of his vision drew his attention. A holographic display appeared before him, projecting a faint red signal that pulsed irregularly. It was from Nebula. Her cybernetic systems were sending fragmented data before abruptly cutting off. Thanos narrowed his eyes, his fingers flexing in irritation. What is this? He growled. Corvus Glaive stepped forward, studying the display. The signal originates from Earth, my lord. The last transmission contains fragmented data. Information on Earth's defenders and their organization. S.H.I.E.L.D. Thanos' gaze darkened further as he processed the information. Nebula's disconnection meant one thing. She had failed, likely captured or worse. It was an inconvenience, but not an insurmountable one. Sire, Ebony Maw ventured cautiously after reading through the data. According to Gamora, the probability of the stones being on Asgard is much higher since they hold the star charts. But Nebula's information shows that Earth has 2 of the Infinity Stones, the Time and Space Stones, and our information about Thor being on Earth is wrong. I fear our source of information may be compromised. We must reconsider our strategy. Thanos' expression didn't change. Investigate our information network first, he ordered calmly. Then I'll decide. The next morning, I was in no mood to deal with the chaos that followed me around, so I decided to start my day with a little investigation. I left Goldie with Kitty, and she probably spoiled him rotten by now. Coming to the point. I couldn't stop thinking about the weird situation with May's bank account, how they refused her withdrawal request. It didn't make sense, and when something doesn't make sense, I get curious. I got all the necessary information from May last night. Now, time to check things out. I used shapeshifting, altering my appearance just enough so I wouldn't raise any suspicion. A middle-aged man with gray hair and a wrinkly face. The last thing I wanted was for some cultist or random person to recognize me and start another worship session. After adjusting my look, I teleported to an alley near the local bank. Surprisingly, the place looked better than I expected, well repaired and clean. This wasn't just a simple coat of paint. The building itself seemed to have been completely painted and repaired recently, which was odd considering the state of the rest of the city. I entered through the main doors, the bell above me ringing softly. I walked around a bit and took a pamphlet from the wall while reading their mind and gathering information. And oh boy, some are freaking nasty. Especially that woman at the counter. She and the manager had a thing going on, but the manager was married. As for the manager, he's sitting in his office. According to his memories, he saw the invasion as his chance to get insurance money and scam some people of their money by outright freezing their accounts. And it would seem that some higher officials are also involved in this shit. Those bastards. How dare they take others' hard-earned money? I looked around. There were a few civilians and guards around the place. It would seem the manager hired them from some agency. Lucky for them, they don't seem to be involved with gangs or mafias. Or else, I would have to work extra, killing them. I walked to the counter. I got enough info to go on with. At the counter, a woman in her mid-30s with dark hair and brown eyes looked up at me, clearly unimpressed by my appearance. Let the game begin. Good morning, I said, leaning over the counter just enough for her to hear me. I need to speak with someone in charge. She gave me a skeptical look, then checked her screen. There's no one available right now. You'll need to schedule an appointment. Oh no. I saw the manager coming in here a few minutes ago, I said, my tone nonchalant. If you could get him out here, that would be great. If you can't, then I might just... I leaned in further and whispered. Expose it to the manager's wife that you and him are having an affair. The woman went pale, her eyes wide. I smiled. I'm sure he wouldn't like that, now would he? She quickly composed herself, putting on a polite smile. I have no idea what you're talking about, sir. Oh my. How could you forget using that strap-on on that old bastard when you two were in the manager's office? Last night after work, was it? Didn't he pay you like $3,000 just to mess his butt? You. That creepy old bastard, I feigned a shiver. I don't know how you people do anything for money. But then again, everyone has their own fetishes. Who am I to judge, right? Since I can't judge, I'll let his wife judge him instead. She should know about her husband's fetish. So next time she'll shaboink him at home, probably with her heels, while you will miss out on that money. What do you think? She was shaking now, her face red. What do you want? I want you to deactivate the security cameras and take me to the manager's room. And don't allow anyone to go inside. Pretty simple, right? I said with a smile. I could lose my job. I need money. Got a family to feed, man, she said with a pleading expression. You will get paid well for your trouble. I even know a guy who works at the bar downtown who will probably pay for what you do. His name is Tinkers. Tinkers? She asked. Yeah, I know, it sounds ridiculously funny, but that's his name. He works as a security guard. His wife is cheating and chucking him, so I'm pretty sure he'll pay you enough for a good night. Maybe start an affair and drain him dry. You are good at that, right? Now, enough chit-chat. Turn off the camera and take me to your manager's office. After a few seconds, she finally nodded and did what she was told. I was surprised that she didn't even ask for the money first. Maybe she was a little stupid, or maybe she just wanted to do this. Who knows? I followed her through the back doors and into a corridor, where she stopped in front of a door marked manager. She knocked twice, and the door opened to reveal a middle-aged man in a suit, his hair slicked back and his tie loose. He looked like he'd just rolled out of bed. And there was an expensive bottle of wine on the desk behind him. Mr. Williams, sir, she said, her voice barely a whisper. This gentleman needs to speak with you. The man raised an eyebrow. At this hour? Who is he? Why didn't you send him away? You can leave, I'll take it from here, I said with a smile. She quickly left the room. I locked the door and covered the room with a force field. No one can come in and no one can get out, plus soundproof. Who are you? What do you want? The manager asked. I'm sorry, but you'll have to come back during regular business hours. This is highly irregular. I sat down on the couch without waiting for permission, ignoring his demands. Now, let's not be too hasty. You're not really in a position to make any demands. After all, you've been embezzling funds from the bank for the last 6 months, haven't you? His eyes widened. Wah, how did you? Before he could say anything worthless and waste my time, I yanked that wine bottle with telekinesis and read the label. He was shocked to see my power and went to press the alarm button, which I stopped by binding his body with telekinesis. Oh my. Would you look at that? Such high alcohol content. That's a very expensive bottle of wine, isn't it? I said, waving the bottle around. How many thousands of dollars did this cost you? It was a gift from a client, the manager stammered, his face pale. Of course it was, I said, rolling my eyes. Now what would happen if you were to drink it all, and maybe you'll have a very life-threatening accident? You wouldn't want that, right? Maybe if you confess your crimes on your own, I might let you live. Or I'll simply use telepathy to get a confession out of you, which again, isn't that fun. So, I took out my phone, put it in recording, and held it before him. I gave him a nod. He understood what I meant. He slumped into his chair, his face now a mixture of fear and desperation. All right. I'll tell you everything. Just don't hurt me. I leaned forward, letting my telekinetic grip tighten slightly around his body, just enough to remind him who was in control. Good choice. Start from the beginning. What exactly have you been doing with the bank's money? His hands trembled as he clasped them in front of him, avoiding eye contact. We've been freezing accounts, especially those of people who wouldn't be able to fight back. When the city was in chaos after the attack, we took advantage of the situation. I redirected funds to offshore accounts and kept it all hidden, all while telling the clients their accounts were locked for security reasons. Some of them, they never even noticed the withdrawals. And I made a lot of money from it. I let the silence stretch, my gaze unwavering. And how high up does this go? Who else is involved? His voice cracked. There are some higher-ups, the board members. They've known about the scheme for months. They wanted to make sure the city's financial collapse would line their pockets. But I didn't think it would get this bad. I swear, I only wanted to get ahead a little. But it just spiraled. I didn't mean for people to get hurt. I raised an eyebrow. So it's not just about money. There's more to this, isn't there? You've been using the chaos as a cover for something bigger. The manager hesitated, his eyes darting around nervously. He knew there was no escaping now. There's a group. A faction within the city. They've been pushing for more control over the local banks, and we've been working with them. They promised us protection and influence if we helped them. Some of the board members, they've been receiving threats, and they've been turning a blind eye to the embezzling. It's all part of a bigger play for power. I leaned back, processing the information. This wasn't just financial fraud. This was a power struggle that was going to have much larger consequences. And what happens when the people find out? The ones you've stolen from? How do you think they'll react? We'll simply close down the branches and reopen new ones with new names, the manager said, his voice almost pleading. Please, you have to understand. I didn't want to get involved, but they had leverage over me. They threatened my family, my friends. I had no choice. That's pathetic. Your only leverage is your schlong. And look where it got you. Now, I need solid records. Give them to me. I know a bastard like you must have a hard copy somewhere close, right? Give them to me, and you'll walk out of here with all your limbs intact, I said while releasing him. Don't worry, I'm not going to kill you. Yes. I have all the files right here. In my safe. He pointed at the wall behind him, where a safe was embedded. I used telekinesis to open it and found a small stack of papers inside. I flipped through them, scanning the pages quickly. There were names and account numbers, along with detailed lists of amounts transferred. I also found details about the board members' involvement. This was a lot of evidence to put an end to all this bullshit. Then there was a little drive and a few stacks of cash. According to this shit-face's memories, this contains the list of government officials and cops. Very good, I said, now. I placed the wine bottle on the table. Drink. But, you promised, he stuttered. Yeah. No worries. I won't kill you. But you gotta finish the entire bottle before I leave. If not, then I will break your bones and then make you drink that. The man shook his head, tears streaming down his face. I can't. Please. I have a wife and kids. I waved my hand, and the bottle floated in front of him. Drink. All of it. Or else. He took the bottle and began to drink slowly, his eyes filled with pain and despair. I smirked. Don't worry. It's just wine. Good stuff, huh? He continued drinking, his hands shaking. After he finished the last drop, I noticed a small briefcase on the right desk. I put the files and the drive into it. I also took the money. Then teleported him to the roof. It took a while, but the alcohol is doing its job. He started puking. His body was trembling. As much as I'd like to let him live. Sigh. Corrupt bastards like him should just die. How dare he scam others' money? God knows how many people suffered or committed suicide because of those freaking scums. How many died in the hospital because they couldn't withdraw money? How many dreams were lost because suddenly one day they found their account was just gone? Too many. I read his mind. Too many people. Some took their life, some turned criminals, and some got tired and gave up fighting. A scum like him deserves nothing but death. And so, I did what was needed. I simply pointed him toward the edge of the roof. Run if you want to live. And that drunken bastard ran. He jumped down from the rooftop, straight into the pavement below, splattering like a watermelon. I didn't wait to see the others' reaction. I went back inside. And most of the people were rushing outside to see the scene. I placed a stack of cash in that lady's bag and left. Next, I teleported near the NYPD, but I didn't sense Yuri in there. According to the cops there, she took a day off. She's at her home. All right, time to pay her a visit. I'll hand over the evidence to her. But I'll kill every single bastard on that list. No mercy this time. First, I'll let her arrest them all. It'd be easier to kill all the pests in one go. I'm too lazy to jump around, search them one by one, and then kill them. Nope. Let the cops do some work. Teleporting to her neighborhood, I looked around the place. While the area had suffered during the chaos, it was noticeably better off than most parts of the city. The houses bore signs of repair, fresh paint over cracks, patched roofs, and some scaffolding here and there. People were out and about, repairing fences, sweeping debris, or simply going about their day. Yuri's house stood out slightly. There was a small, tidy front garden with rows of newly planted flower plants and a neat little pathway leading to the door. The house looked recently repaired and painted with a fresh coat of light blue paint. There were a few potted plants on the porch and some gardening tools near the stairs. I spotted her in the garden. She was kneeling in the dirt and carefully planting some new seedlings. She was wearing a plain white tank top and faded jeans. Her hair was tied back in a loose ponytail. She looked kinda different from the game version. I walked toward the gate, opening it with a soft creak, and stepped onto the garden path. Yuri looked up, her sharp eyes instantly locking onto me. Her brows furrowed slightly, though she didn't seem alarmed. "Can I help you?" she asked, wiping her hands on a towel she had slung over her shoulder. I gave her a small smile. "Yeah. I've got something for you, Detective Watanabe. Mind if we talk?" She stood up, brushing the dirt off her jeans. "Depends. Who are you? I doubt we met before." "No, we haven't, but I did keep you busy since your promotion. Hammerhead, Striker, illegal experiments, mass surrender. You did well. I thought you would also turn out like one of those corrupt cops, but you didn't, which I'm glad to see," I said as I walked up to her, stopping a few feet away. She narrowed her eyes at me. "You're the one behind all that?" I nodded. "That's right. I wanted to thank you for everything you did. The pressure was very high, yet you took care of those scum, arresting them and putting an end to their shit. Right now, I have a case that might interest you. Everyone back then confessed their crimes without a lie. We were surprised. So, if you don't mind me asking first, Are you a mutant with mind control? Or did you use some hypnosis on them? She asked. I put up my hood and showed her my real face. Well, I'm kinda popular right now. So there is no way she won't recognize me. Wait. You're him. She gasped and immediately took a few steps back. Aaron. The guy who brought back dead to life. You know, I was among them. I died. I remember holding the line at the subway, but then, I know I died, but I can't remember anything. Yeah, that's me. But before you jump to any conclusion, let me make it clear. I ain't no god or devil that people make me out to be. I'm just a guy with power who wants to do the right thing. Now, how about we talk inside? I said with a smile. Yes, of course. She invited me in. We sat in her living room. Her home was clean and tidy. A colorful rug on the floor, some pictures on the wall, a small TV, a little fireplace, and a small collection of books on a shelf. It was like a normal living room. It had a cozy, homey feel to it. Sigh. I wonder if I will ever get a house like this without someone blowing it up. Yuri got us both cups of tea and sat down on the couch opposite me. So, what is it you want to talk about? I'm pretty sure you heard about the bank account scam going around the city, right? I asked, placing the briefcase on the table. Yes, I've heard about it, she replied cautiously while watching me closely as if I were some kind of rare species. But so far, nothing's come across my desk with solid evidence. Just rumors and complaints. It's hard to act on those, and with the recent incident with cultists and rise in crimes, we've been busy. But in my free time, I did an investigation out of the records, but nothing solid so far. I opened the briefcase I'd brought, pulling out the neatly stacked files, the drive, and a second drive with the bank manager's confession. I placed them on the table between us, letting her see the contents. Well, consider these rumors confirmed. This is everything you'll need to blow the lid off that scam, and then some. Hard evidence, digital evidence, even a confession from one of the guys involved. She leaned forward, her brows furrowing as she picked up one of the files and skimmed through it. Her eyes widened slightly as she realized what she was looking at. These are internal records, names, account numbers, transfer details. How did you get this? I smirked. Let's just say the bank manager had a change of heart and confessed everything. Turns out he and a handful of board members have been freezing accounts, siphoning funds into offshore accounts, and using the chaos to cover their tracks. The drive contains even more juicy details, names of cops and government officials on their payroll. She flipped through the pages, and I could tell from her expression that she was angry. Well, I can't blame her. On the list were some of the names from her department, and her new partner was also involved. She must be the one who was alerting those bastards about Yuri's moves. No wonder she didn't discover anything. This is way too serious. If this gets out, it'll shake the city to its core. Exactly, I said, sipping my tea. And that's where you come in. You're one of the few people in this city I trust to handle this the right way. I need you to take this evidence and go after these bastards. Arrest them, put them in the spotlight. Make it public. She set the files down, looking at me with a mixture of suspicion and determination. And what's your angle in all this? Why come to me? With your power, you could have taken them down yourself. My angle. I leaned forward, my tone serious. These people have ruined lives. They've stolen from the helpless, caused untold suffering, and profited off the city's pain. I'm done letting scum like that get away with it. But if I went after them myself, it would just add fuel to the whole god or devil thing people keep spouting about me. I need someone grounded, someone who's proven they can do the right thing even under pressure. That's you, Detective Watanabe. Yuri remained silent for a moment, her eyes scanning the files again. She leaned back, exhaling sharply. Okay, you made your point. I will take it. But you do know that this won't be easy, right? If these people are as powerful as you say, they'll find ways to cover this, or me, if I am not careful. I smirked. Oh, they will definitely try to do that, or worse. That's why I'll be keeping an eye on things from the shadows. If anyone tries to make a move against you or this case, they'll find themselves unavailable to continue their efforts. Her lips pressed into a thin line. And what does that mean, exactly? It means you do things your way, by the book with the law behind you. I'll handle what the law can't reach. Think of it as a silent partnership. I don't like vigilante justice at all. It goes against everything I believe in. Fair enough, I said, shrugging. But let's be real, detective. Do you think these people play fair? They've got judges, politicians, even cops in their pocket. You're going to need all the help you can get. She didn't answer right away, her fingers drumming out a restless rhythm on the armrest of her chair. Finally, she nodded. I don't like it, but I'll accept it, she said. Just don't go overboard. I'm trusting you to keep things contained. Deal, I said with a grin. Now, what's your plan? Yuri took a deep breath, her focus shifting back to the files. First, I'll need to get this evidence into the right hands. People I trust in the department who aren't compromised. I'll start with my captain. He's been vocal about cleaning up the force, but I'll vet him before showing him any of this. If he's dirty, I'll skip the chain of command and go directly to the DA. Good thinking, I said. And the drive. I'll have our tech team analyze it. Quietly. If it's as explosive as you say, we'll need a secure chain of custody. No leaks until we're ready to make arrests. Sounds like you've got this under control, I said, standing up. One last thing, detective. When you do make your move, make it loud. These bastards deserve the humiliation. Her eyes narrowed. Don't worry about that. I'll make sure everyone knows exactly what they did. But I'll also make sure they get a fair trial. I'm not stooping to their level. I gave her a small nod. Fair enough. I placed a piece of paper on the table. Here's my number. Give me a call if you need anything. And if you are in a life-threatening situation, I'll be there, all right? Call or no call. Yuri stood, crossing her arms. I'll keep that in mind. But don't take this as me agreeing with your methods. I'm only agreeing to this because I don't see another option right now. Understood, I said, turning toward the door. Good luck, Detective Watanabe. You're going to need it. As I reached the doorway, she called out, Aaron. I glanced back. Thanks, she said, her tone softer. For trusting me with this. I smiled. Just doing the right thing. Bad people must be punished. My next target was the Trask Industries. Since I'm out, I better take care of all the trash at once. I remember the argument between Fury and Bolivar Trask about dealing with the mutants for good. So, after the mutants showed their power during the attack, I'm pretty sure he got some nice chunks of data. Not to mention my power to bring back the dead to life. So, I'm pretty sure Trask has hastened his Sentinel project, and that I cannot let it happen. The faster I take care of this, the better it will be for everyone. I teleported to the company headquarters, landing on top of a nearby building. The facility was surrounded by tall walls, with armed guards posted at regular intervals and security cameras scanning every inch. Then there were those turrets with laser system. The mutant detectors. There were detectors and nullifiers around the place. It looked more like a military base than a corporate headquarters. Well, not that it matters since I'm immune to detectors, and if I cover my body with the Phoenix Force, then nullifiers won't work. I decided to read the guards' minds. It would seem that the nullifiers only activate after the detectors find a mutant, and it consumes massive energy, so keeping those machines active all the time was nearly impossible. Lucky me. I also found out Trask's office's location. With a little concentration, I pinpointed Trask's location. The man was inside the building, in his office, working on some blueprints. His mind racing with thoughts of his project. I could sense his excitement. He thought he was finally going to make his dreams come true, but sadly, I had to burst his bubble. I teleported directly behind him and used my telepathy to keep him unaware of my presence. Next was to manipulate his mind and make him give me all the data of his research so far. I put my phone in recording mode and kept it focused on Trask only. I was holding it with telekinesis. Gotta get all the evidence, right? Show me what you are working on, I whispered into his ears, and he followed without question, like a puppet on a string. Trask walked toward a large console embedded into the wall of his office. As he tapped a sequence into the keypad, a hidden panel slid open, revealing a holographic display. The screen lit up with schematics, data files, and video feeds. This, Trask said in a monotone voice under my telepathic influence, is the Sentinel prototype. The hologram shifted to reveal a towering mechanical figure, sleek and intimidating. Its frame was a blend of lightweight alloys and reinforced composites, its limbs ending in advanced weapon systems. Its head was equipped with an array of sensors and cameras, designed to identify mutant signatures and adapt to various power sets. Current progress? I asked. The first unit is operational, but still undergoing field testing, Trask replied. We've begun integrating data collected from mutant encounters to enhance its adaptability. The hologram zoomed out, displaying schematics for other iterations. Some were smaller, faster, and equipped for urban environments, while others were colossal, designed for large-scale warfare. Interesting, I muttered, though my tone dripped with disdain. What about your collaborators? Trask's fingers moved over the console, pulling up more files. General Ross is supplying military-grade components and testing grounds. In exchange, he gains access to Sentinel prototypes to aid in his Hulkbuster initiatives. Norman Osborn, however, is more ambitious. Oscorp provides cutting-edge nanotechnology and biogenetic advancements. In return, I fund his research into enhanced variants of the super soldier serum. The screen displayed detailed documents about Norman's experiments, test subjects, nanite-infused serum variants, and disturbing footage of test subjects undergoing rapid transformations. Trask added, Osborn's nanites are instrumental in making Sentinel self-repairing and adaptable to mutant abilities. His labs also host a secondary facility for Sentinel development, hidden under Oscorp Tower. Wow. This guy is a piece of work. I'm pretty sure he also hacked into S.H.I.E.L.D. to gain info on the mutants. You must have gathered enough mutant data, right? I asked, narrowing my eyes. Yes. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s mutant registry has proven invaluable, Trask admitted. Though accessing it required extensive hacking, the information we've gathered allows us to profile and counteract most known mutants. Xavier's school was another target. Their files on mutants, their powers, and their weaknesses are now part of the Sentinel database. So the professor recorded data on his own students. That's really something. What are you planning on doing once you complete your goal? Enslave? Enslavement? Or straight up kill every single mutant on Earth? I asked. Although, I know what will happen if the Sentinel program isn't stopped in time. I'll eradicate the mutant menace from the world. By any means necessary, Trask replied with a calm expression. You know that's equal to genocide, right? Not to mention, they are humans too. How do you justify this? For humanity or just yourself? I said. For humanity's future, he answered coldly. We can't allow ourselves to be ruled by people with such power. Mutant kind is dangerous. If we don't act now, they will destroy our species and replace us. You think they will take over the world? I asked. Yes. They can control humans, nature, technology, and many more. Now, a new mutant appeared with no records who could even bring back the dead. My first target is Aaron, the fake god. I'll extract his power first and use it for humanity's future, he said with determination in his eyes. Oh well, that's not going to happen, buddy. I closed the recordings. I see. Now, copy everything on a drive and give it to me, I ordered. Trask turned to a computer console nearby, plugged in a flash drive, and began uploading the files. The transfer only took a few minutes. Once finished, he handed me the drive and stared blankly at the wall, his mind still under my control. Now forward all the data to S.H.I.E.L.D. and Xavier's school, I ordered again, and Trask complied without hesitation. He quickly transferred all the information he had gathered, including blueprints and schematics for the Sentinels. With a few taps on the keyboard, he sent everything directly to both S.H.I.E.L.D. and the professor's office. Good, now here's what's going to happen. You are having a change of heart. You understand now that the road you took is not the right one. You supported Osborn's project, which caused many deaths from the unstable serum, and now you are regretting your decision. And you are also regretting your plan to kill all the mutants on the planet and erase them from existence. So you are going to self-destruct all the facilities you have, delete all the files and records, then you're going to contact the news channel and confess everything. It's very hard on you, right? I whispered, creating regrets and guilt in his mind. Yes. What was I thinking? Trask muttered as he walked toward his desk. He opened a hidden panel inside the drawers, revealing several switches and buttons. His hand trembled slightly as he flipped each one in sequence, disabling security measures and triggering automatic deletion protocols throughout the facility. The man sat down in his chair, staring blankly at the wall. He reached into his pocket, pulling out a small remote with a single red button. I was about to do genocide. What was I thinking? Trask exclaimed. I must tell the world what I did. Oh God. What was I doing? What was I doing? Why didn't anyone stop me? So many deaths. Osborn's experiments. The serum. Oh God. Why didn't anyone stop me? I smiled as Trask continued to ramble about his sins, slowly coming to terms with his actions. He pressed the button on the remote, activating the lockdown and self-destruct sequence to all the facilities he has all over the world. How could I ever live with that? I must tell the world what I did. Trask muttered. The whole world must know. The whole world must know. Osborn must be exposed. General Ross wants to kill Hulk. He opened his laptop and connected to the guy in Daily Bugle, who covers his company's news. It was a live broadcast. Trask turned to the camera, staring directly into its lens. He began to speak, his voice shaky and weak. My name is Bolivar Trask. I'm the CEO of Trask Industries, and I stand before you today not as a leader or innovator, but as a man who has committed unthinkable crimes against humanity. His voice trembled, and tears welled in his eyes. I have been driven by fear, hatred, and a misguided belief that my actions would secure humanity's future. Instead, I have sown division, death, and destruction. Trask inhaled deeply, steadying himself. For years, I have developed weapons of mass genocide disguised as progress. The Sentinel program, a project I spearheaded, was created with the sole purpose of eradicating mutants from this world. I convinced myself it was necessary, that mutants posed an existential threat to our species. But in truth, the real threat was my own blindness, my unwillingness to see mutants as what they truly are, people, just like you and me. The camera panned slightly, capturing Trask's raw emotion as he continued. Through illegal means, I accessed data from S.H.I.E.L.D. and Professor Xavier's school. I partnered with individuals like Norman Osborn, whose experiments with unstable serums cost countless innocent lives. I worked with General Ross, supplying him with technology that turned his vendetta against the Hulk into another weapon of destruction. I justified these actions as necessary, but there is no justification for the suffering I have caused. He leaned forward, gripping the desk tightly. I have triggered the destruction of all my Sentinel facilities and erased all research related to this program. But my words alone cannot undo the pain I have inflicted. I urge the world to hold me accountable, to dismantle the systems of fear and oppression I helped create. Mutants are not our enemies. They are our neighbors, our friends, our family. And if we are to survive as a species, we must learn to live together. Trask paused, his hands trembling. The weight of his confession seemed to crush him, his face a mask of despair. He reached into his desk drawer and pulled out a small revolver, placing it gently on the surface. The live broadcast continued, capturing every moment. My sins cannot be forgiven, Trask said, his voice heavy with sorrow. I have destroyed lives, fueled hatred, and betrayed the very principles of humanity I claim to defend. The only way I can truly atone for what I have done is by ensuring no one follows in my footsteps. Let my death be a reminder of the price of fear and prejudice. He looked directly into the camera, his eyes brimming with tears. To those I've hurt, to the mutants I've wronged, and to humanity as a whole, I am sorry. Truly, deeply sorry. Trask picked up the revolver, his movements slow and deliberate. He held it to his temple, his hand shaking as he closed his eyes. Let this end with me, he whispered. No more bloodshed. No more hate. The sound of the gunshot echoed through the office, cutting off his words. Trask's body slumped forward onto the desk, and the screen went dark as the broadcast abruptly ended. I stood in the shadows for a moment, observing the lifeless figure. Bolivar Trask, a man consumed by ambition and fear, had paid the ultimate price for his actions. One less problem in the world, I muttered, teleporting out of the office. Next, multiple chain explosions rocked the city as Trask facilities began to blow up one by one, leaving nothing behind. I watched the carnage from a distance, satisfied with my work. I know that Trask's death will cause a bit of chaos, but I'm sure that Fury and Xavier will deal with it. But imprisonment, trials, and all that shit ain't gonna cut this time. I'm gonna kill Norman and Ross next. In his big office on the top floor of Oscorp Tower, Norman Osborn was sitting at his desk, looking at the newest information from his experiments. He smiled happily while checking the updates on his new super soldier serum project. His scientists had finally stabilized the nanite integration process, and test subjects were surviving longer than ever before. To Osborn, it was a masterpiece, a blend of biogenetics and cutting-edge technology. Soon, his creation would revolutionize warfare and solidify Oscorp's dominance in the defense industry. Then, his phone buzzed. It was a notification from his encrypted news feed. Breaking news: Bolivar Trask confesses 2 crimes against mutants and humanity. Norman frowned, opening the video. He watched as Bolivar Trask, his longtime collaborator, poured out his soul on live television, admitting to crimes and implicating both Oscorp and General Ross. Norman's eyes widened as Trask mentioned Oscorp's role in the Sentinel Project and the experimental super soldier serum. "Damn it, Trask," Norman muttered, his voice low but venomous. "You couldn't keep it together." The screen darkened as Trask's broadcast ended with a gunshot. For a moment, silence filled the room. Norman's mind raced, calculating the fallout. Trask's confession would send S.H.I.E.L.D. and every investigative agency in the world straight to his doorstep. His operation wasn't just compromised, it was on the verge of total collapse. Norman's teeth clenched tight as he hit the desk with his hand. His assistant walked in, surprised by the loud sound. "Sir, are you okay?" she asked carefully. "Get everyone in the lab on the secure line," Norman barked. "Tell them to initiate Protocol H. I want everything packed and moved out within the hour." "Yes, sir." The assistant hurried away. Norman rose from his chair, striding toward the massive window overlooking New York City. His reflection stared back at him, a man who thrived on ambition and manipulation. Now, it seemed, the tables had turned. He took the elevator to the Oscorp's restricted laboratory levels. When the doors slid open, chaos greeted him. Scientists scrambled to pack sensitive equipment into crates. Computers were being wiped clean, and secure files were uploaded to encrypted drives. The hum of machinery mixed with frantic voices as the lab descended into controlled panic. "Status report." Norman shouted over the noise. Dr. Jennings, the lead scientist, rushed to his side. "We're clearing everything as fast as we can. The test subjects are being prepped for transport, but we need more time." "You don't have more time," Norman snapped. "Trask just put a bullseye on all of us. If S.H.I.E.L.D. shows up, we're done. Prioritize the serum and the nanite integration data. Destroy everything else if necessary." Dr. Jennings hesitated. "And the test subjects?" Norman's eyes narrowed. "Move them to the underground facility. I'll handle the rest. Just make sure they're out of here before S.H.I.E.L.D.'s dogs sniff us out." Dr. Jennings nodded and hurried away. Norman turned to the nearest console, accessing the facility's internal systems. With a few keystrokes, he activated Oscorp's counter-surveillance protocols. Any attempt to monitor their activities would be met with decoys and digital misdirection. At the same time, in a very secure military base in Virginia, General Thaddeus Thunderbolt Ross was standing in front of a TV on the wall, watching the same news. He became very angry when Trask confessed everything. All their plans and years of work are now compromised. Ross grabbed his gun, took it out of its holder, and shot the TV. The glass broke, and little sparks flew as the screen turned off. The soldiers in the room flinched but said nothing. They had learned long ago not to question the general's temper. "That idiot just blew up our entire operation," Ross growled. He turned to his communications officer. "Get me the Pentagon. Now." The officer hesitated. "Sir, with all due respect, Trask's confession included mentions of your involvement. The Pentagon might." Ross cut him off. "I don't care what they think. This is a national security matter. If they want plausible deniability, they'll back me up. Now make the damn call." The officer nodded and hurried to comply. Ross paced the room, his mind racing. If Trask had forwarded their data to S.H.I.E.L.D., it was only a matter of time before agents came knocking. He needed to act quickly to cover his tracks. Moments later, the communications officer handed Ross a secure line. "This is General Ross," he barked. "We have a situation. I need clearance to initiate Operation Deep Clean." The voice on the other end hesitated. "General, the fallout from Trask's confession is significant. Are you sure this is the best course of action? Do you want this project to end up in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s hands?" Ross snapped. Initiate the operation. Now. There was a brief pause before the voice responded. Understood. Operation Deep Clean is authorized. Good luck, General. Ross ended the call and turned to his men. We're locking down this base and purging everything. Any trace of the Hulkbuster initiative or the Sentinel program goes up in smoke. If anyone so much as breathes a word of this, I'll personally see them court-martialed. The soldiers saluted and moved to carry out his orders. Ross stalked toward his office, his anger simmering. He had spent years pursuing the Hulk and building his arsenal. He wouldn't let Trask's failure bring him down. Shield's response to Trask's sudden confession and death was swift but filled with confusion and disbelief. Fury had been monitoring the situation from the moment Trask began his televised confession, and he knew this wasn't going to be an ordinary case. The live broadcast had been cut abruptly when Trask shot himself, but the footage of his self-destructive meltdown had already made its rounds. Fury's office was filled with agents, all frantically analyzing the footage and scrambling to assess the damage. Reports flooded in of explosions around the world. Trask's facilities had been destroyed, one by one, as the self-destruct protocols triggered. The scale of the devastation was enough to raise eyebrows even at S.H.I.E.L.D. Trask's words echoed in Fury's mind. Let my death be a reminder of the price of fear and prejudice. A man like Trask, whose fear of mutants had fueled his every action, had ended in utter despair, and that desperation had caused catastrophic consequences. Sir, the facilities are completely obliterated, Agent Maria Hill reported, her tone tight with urgency. And Trask, he's gone. Shot himself on live television. The confession is all over the news. Fury paced the room, his mind racing. There were still so many questions left unanswered, particularly about who could have orchestrated this chain of events. Trask wasn't the type to just fall into guilt overnight. Someone had manipulated him, someone with enough power to bend his mind. And Fury knew exactly who that might be. Get me every piece of footage you can find, Fury ordered. Trask was playing for an audience, and whoever made him sing like that is still out there. They're likely already a step ahead of us. The footage of Trask's confession was a public spectacle, and every news outlet had picked it up. Trask's revelation about his collaborations with Norman Osborn, General Ross, and his involvement with the Hulkbuster project would send ripples through the political and corporate world. Fury knew it wouldn't take long before the consequences hit hard, especially with the mention of Osborn's involvement. The public wouldn't let that go unanswered. Meanwhile, in the war room, Fury convened with some of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s top operatives, including Black Widow, Hawkeye, and Maria Hill. They needed to figure out their next move, and fast. We've got a serious problem on our hands, Fury began, leaning over the holographic map of the world. Norman Osborn and General Ross are still at large, and they're tied to everything Trask just spilled. We can't just let them sit pretty after this. Natasha crossed her arms, her gaze cold and calculating. Osborn's probably going to pull strings to cover his tracks, and Ross won't go down without a fight. Trask was right about one thing. The Sentinels were only the tip of the iceberg. Fury nodded grimly. They both need to be taken down before this whole mutant eradication program gains any more momentum. We've been reactive for too long. It's time we go on the offensive. As the agents were about to leave. Natasha, a moment please. Fury called out. She turned around and walked up to Fury. You think he's involved? She asked. There's a chance. If I were in his shoes and knew about this whole mutant extermination project, I'd do everything in my power to make sure it never saw the light of day, Fury explained. And what could be a better time than this when people are calling him God? He'll probably go after Osborn or Ross next. You know I can't stop him. If what Trask said is true, then those two don't deserve any mercy, Natasha replied. I'm not asking you to stop him. I want you to cover his tracks. He's angry, and in anger, mistakes are made. We both know he won't hesitate to take care of the problem himself, and that means blood will be spilled. Erase his tracks, cover his butt, and make sure he doesn't get caught, Fury ordered. The last thing we need is an angry guy with godly powers on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s doorstep, and he has that Infinity Stone. Sigh. Natasha nodded before leaving. Back to Norman. Norman was already on a call with his lawyers. But then something happened that he doesn't remember. One moment he was talking with his lawyers, and the next he was lying on a bed, strapped down by his arms and legs. Norman realized that he couldn't move any part of his body. Then he looked around and noticed that he was lying in one of the test chambers in the lab. Then, Norman heard voices. Tell me, Norman, are you ready to feel what they felt? Well, your answer doesn't matter. He looked around, but there was no one there. But he clearly heard someone's voice. Arg. He felt a sting of pain in his neck. What is happening? Just an overdose of your new SSS serum with a few personalized tweaks. Well, it's a failure. Then again, so are you. Suddenly Norman began to feel hot all over. And then, he screamed in pain. Arg. His body felt like it was on fire. The nanites in his bloodstream were burning him alive from the inside. His skin began to crack and bleed as the nanites tore through his flesh. Norman's screams echoed through the laboratory as he writhed in agony. Then a portal opened and his body flew into it. Raw space. A purple portal opened and Norman fell into the armory storage.
And that concludes this episode. If you enjoyed it, I'd seriously love it if you guys could leave a like on the video, as it genuinely helps out so much, and it keeps me going, plus it takes only 1 second. That said, have a wonderful day. See you in the next one.